Muy buenos días en México.
Good morning, everyone here from Mexico. Welcome, everyone. On behalf of the General Secretary of the CIES, Mr. Gibran Ramirez, and the Director of the Center for Research in Social Security, we welcome you to our third table on the psychosocial risks and well-being in teleworking. The advancements of teleworking and challenges for the development in social security in the Americas. We're going to start with this table. I will give a brief introduction. After the 70s decade and throughout the accelerated adoption of IT technologies and the work centers, we were able to explore this new modality of work, which slowly but surely was implemented in the different modalities, whether it be telecommuting, remote working, home office. But during the pandemic and as a means of social distancing or physical distancing, this work modality became the preferred modality for those activities where physical presence of their workers was not essential. And there's a series of challenges that teleworkers face. For instance, the possibility of having appropriate materials, whether they be office materials and even competition with other family members for workspaces at home. There are other stress factors like the conflict work family and the right to digital disconnection. We will be addressing this and other issues throughout the day. Last June 16th, from the CS and with the addressing or the direction of the work risks assessment, we took a first step into talking about this topic, which is, by the way, available on the website. We learned about ergonomics and the logistic implications of teleworking. And yesterday, with the Actuarial and Financing Commission and the Senior Citizens Commission for the administrative systems, they were dealing with the authority, legislation, and best practices for work, as well as a digital gap there is for senior citizens. As was mentioned before, we are going to be talking about psychosocial risk factors and their design, as well as its addressing and prevention, so that we can promote a healthy workspace at a distance. Without further ado, then we are going to start today's table with first level researchers who have dedicated their work to improving the work conditions, work performance, health, and well-being. And I will be introducing each one of them, but I want to greet them and welcome them to this afternoon. We have Dr. Arturo Juarez Garcia from the Autonomous University in the state of Morelos in Mexico, Esther Grau Alberola, Dr. Esther Grau Alberola from the La Rioja en España University, Dr. Sarah from Waco in Texas, and Dr. Tapas Ray from the National Institute of Occupational Health in the US, and the Center for Disease Control. Thank you very much and welcome. I will greet you one by one later, but we are going to start with Dr. Arturo Juarez Garcia's speech, who is going to be talking about psychosocial risk factors and work in Latin America. I will give a brief introduction and presentation for Dr. Arturo Juarez. He has a PhD in psychology from the Autonomous University in Mexico, with instances of research in the University of California in Los Angeles and Irvine. He is the head founder of the research uh, Center for Psychosocial Factors at Work, and he is the Mexico Secretary in the Occupational Health Organization, ICO, from 2006 to 2008. He has received several acknowledgments, like the Excellence in Research and Leadership Award, given by the American Psychology Association in the US, and also for the NIOSH Award, the ICO Service Award from the International Commission in Occupational Health, and the acknowledgement from the Psychology and Teaching Center. And in 2010 and 2011 and 2016, he was awarded with the highest awards from this institution. He is a member of the National Researchers System, and he has been a consultant in terms of psychology, work psychology, and psychosocial risks for different companies. He is a director. He has been director at the Center of Interdisciplinary Psychology Center in UAM in Mexico, where he was also the chief of research and doctorate program in psychology from that same university. So we give the floor to Dr. Arturo Juarez. Thank you very much, Javier. Can you hear me properly? Yes, we can. Great. Can you see my presentation as well? Yes, we are looking at it. Perfect. So thank you very much to the organizing committee and the CIS, also yourself, Javier, for this honorary invitation. And well, I will be talking to you just briefly for the time I have in my space about the psychosocial risk factors, which in Latin America has had a relevant growth in the past few years, particularly in legislation topics. And now it's linked with teleworking, which takes a big relevance now. So I want to tell you that the psychosocial risk factors are linked, significantly linked, to the nature and content of work. Something we should not lose sight from is that work and work activity as a social fact has had substantial changes in short periods of time throughout the history of humanity, which contrasts with the anthropometric or psychic parameters that we have from the Homo sapiens to this day. We have the same capabilities, but there is an imbalance between these capabilities in the human nature and the vast social change there has been over very short periods of time, particularly in the work environment, which can be even more translated into some psychosocial phenomena that can be configured throughout work, which is all stress with globalization, and also some other factors like climate change. We have floodings, earthquakes, and now pandemics. So these circumstances that are ever so changing force us to work in transitions that configure these phenomena, like from physical stress to mental stress or strain, from a stable environment to a more uncertain one, from spaces where collaborations were from one same culture, one same region, or one same nation. We now have multiculturality in work environments, or the mechanization, which was a development index, now IoT. And what about violent environments, which transit into human rights, where we need to ensure gender equality and other things, or from authoritative leadership to something more relaxed. Now, from rigid schedules with TICs and teleworking, this transition becomes quite evident. So I'm going to be quite fast because I want to share a few things with you. But I just want to remind you that the concept of risk factors, psychosocial risk factors, has the axis of stress. It is the mechanism that affects your health. As examples of risk factors, so psychosocial risk factors, we have actually several ones identified, like work harassment, and also like workload, strict supervision, lack of autonomy and participation by workers, poor rewards, among other characteristics that we can find, which are linked to stress and as a precursor mechanism to diseases and health, general health alterations. This is nothing new. It has been documented since a few years ago, and there's a an ILO report. It was published in 1984, where they forecasted this phenomenon, and particularly in a region. These are important because you will find very evident studies and some meta-analysis, which is EBM, or evidence-based medicine and research. You will find workers who are exposed to psychosocial risk factors could die from uh, cerebrovascular diseases, getting diabetes, and different kind of mental disorders, or muscle and skeletal diseases. So the increase is very well documented and shown. So as additional factors to the lifestyle and other medical variables that are common as risk factors, these effects of psychosocial risk factors are independent from those. Now, the economic impact is quite large, actually. It has been documented, for example, for the concept of being present at a site, millions of dollars as a cost, also in the Latin American region, and different markers and indicators for companies or organizations that include rotation, working absence, decrease of productivity, accidents, handicaps, things that have to do with people's well-being or them being satisfied. It has to do with serious public health issues, both at national and international level, but also the cost that these diseases represent for the government and for companies and also for people. Now, around this topic, what is happening? How do we see the psychosocial risk factors? There is a gap in the scientific evidence between what is being developed in Latin America and developed countries. But along with that undeniable gap, vulnerability in a region is quite clear. For example, here you will be able to see a chart from the OCDE on the percentage of workers who have over 60 hours a week, working hours. And there you're going to be finding that Latin American countries from this research or the survey is above OCDE, and we will be seeing workers with over 60 hours. In Costa Rica, for example, they have been using those. Costa Rica and Mexico are the main countries. Latin American countries in these kind of surveys are the ones at the biggest risk. Now, if we compare this with the average salary by parity of dollars, we can find that the chart becomes inverted. Income in Latin American countries, in average, is a lot lower than in other countries. And same thing, it's below average. So effective work in a region is has a way lower value than the same work in any other country. So it's not just a lot of work, but also it involves making less money or earning less. So it becomes all about this whole advancement in working systems. And in Latin America, we have a specific situation. We know that in advanced countries, light production leads to modern and flexible systems, which find advancing according to a market needs. And that has forced them in psychosocial aspects, in Forbism or terrorism, they try to overcome it. But what happens in Latin America is very different because the production systems in Taylorism and old Fordism, we still have those lines, those production lines with accelerated rhythms from Charles Chaplin movies, for example. Here in Latin America, we still have that kind of work process. But even more seriously, it is combined with flexible procedures that make them very stressful processes for the workers because they respond to a market demand where they are combined. It looks like the worst from an old system with the worst of the modern system. So it's like a mixture broth for psychosocial risk factors, and that was predicted by the ILO. And those reports now confirm that there is a lot of vulnerability in psychosocial risk factors in our region. So now we have been working with some research at the moment and involving the psychosocial risk factors that are most popular in the scientific aspect, such as the remote control demand, which is the work tension, or the effort reward model. They're the most popular and the ones that have the most evidence, scientific evidence. We don't just validate, but we corroborate that the average and the values in some samples from these countries are the same, with superior than average than what happens in other countries in other regions, thus confirming a trend for higher psychosocial risks. Now, if we cross reference all of these with the context of COVID 19 and a sublinked revolution for the increase of teleworking, now it turns out that one of the main characteristics of this pandemic context is not just that we need to go or turn to a virtual environment to keep going. It also implies a radical change in working systems, but also another variable. This change occurs abruptly and also accompanied by a feeling of uncertainty and fear of what is going to happen in the future with the risk of getting sick. So, this variable of abruptly incorporating teleworking along with the psychosocial risk factors, given that they have their origin in the organizational systems for working environments and their content. Now, I have to say that teleworking in a region, maybe it was discussed in other tables, is not new. Before COVID, we did have, although slower, there was an evolution, an evolving trend in these countries towards teleworking, such as Mexico, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia. So or a lot of companies have been incorporating it, and even in countries we estimated about 10%, for example, of the workforce going into this kind of work modality. Now, there's a moderating role, which is the generation. Millennials, as a generation, as opposed the X generation, the baby boomers, they're adopting with a lot more ease all of these uh, teleworking incorporations and the use of ITCs. Also, we relate vulnerability. It's different from generation to generation. For example, this work stability that is expected by the X generation and the baby boomers, in the case of millennials, not only does it not affect them, but they require that. Millennials do not like to go to work for a long period of time at a site. So also some studies prior to COVID, they were testing the predisposition towards teleworking. Those who have more stress or those who have a bigger effective commitment with their company, the hierarchical level, if they're young, those are variables that influence these predisposition and this faster adoption towards teleworking. Actually, we corroborated that teleworking produces way more satisfaction than regular working. This is also interesting. In Colombia, for example, we also found that something that helped the adoption of this kind of system was that people knew what it was. They had some kind of training and they had used ITCs outside of work, and the evaluation was something positive. In the Dominican Republic, for example, they had sensibility to the initiative, planning, and also incentives to incorporate this system to work was very helpful. Now, what is happening with work during contingency? Something that's very important is that teleworking is actually producing stress given this abrupt incorporation. And among the main stress factors is that people don't have a private space to work. They were not contemplating this change and they didn't assign a space. Also, social relationships are affected because in Latin America there is a trend of a collective culture, and there's also a lack of work or teamwork um, capabilities. In Ecuador, for example, there is an increase of perceived stress in general. 60% find high stress levels, 65 anxiety, and 34 depression in some studies of this country. Now, Rubio at 2011 had done a very interesting revision. He is a Chilean colleague where he evaluated the benefits and limitations of teleworking. Maybe we have worked about this. Some of our colleagues will talk about it later in this table, but I will focus on the disadvantages for workers, which seem to be relevant at this point in terms of psychosocial risk factors because they happen in an environment where we have called it new normal, but there is an inclination from teleworking towards home office. Although it is true that we are using technologies which could be used in any environment like a cafeteria or something, home office includes working at home in the context, of course, of contagion due to COVID and also confinement. So there is an increase. There are some surveys that were carried out by consulting agencies in the region that are finding actually big increases in different psychosocial variables like the working hours and how do we delete that boundary between family and work life so that boundary becomes blurry and people don't realize that they're working even more than they used to when they used to go into an office. Another very important variable is confinement itself. Actually, it has been used as a means of a punishment with like prison, for example. So We have found studies in rats, for example, when a cage has an enriched environment, the nerve cells in those animals have an increase versus when they are in a regular cage without an enriched environment, but a rather simple one. So the lack of brain stimulation produces neuronal changes. So human beings and primates have also found that confinement and isolation do affect the psychosocial and affectionate sides in the individuals in these conditions. So this leads us to another very relevant matter, which we have found. In Mexico, it has been documented that family violence has increased 120% after COVID confinement. So it is concerning. It has increased a lot, actually even more physical violence than psychological one. And actually we did a big survey in the country which has stated that they have been witnessing home violence. Another psychosocial phenomenon that does not happen in at work, it's linked with it. So in terms of techno stress, for example, there is a Spanish American study that includes Ecuador, Mexico, and Colombia. This recent study shows as well that a big part of workers, up to 68%, find obstacles to work with IT. 42% consider that these have a negative impact in them. 45 say that they don't have training to use them. 60 considers them a psychosocial risk factor, and 65% have found problems because of the excessive use of these technologies. So we have an observatory called techno anxiety, techno fatigue, or techno anxiety. Yeah. So several colleagues that are listening to us have heard about fatigue due to the use of these virtual connections, techno fatigue because they are spending a lot of screen time. So, just heading towards the final line of my presentations, over here in the research center, we have gathered some information in about 1,000 participants in general collaboration, where we are finding risk factors in workers.
Ejemplo,
For instance, there are some psychological demands which are increasing cognitive, emotional, out of overburden, which are very visible. There are conflicting roles, an imbalanced work life, and there's a lot of complaints due to lack of resources and also tools for work, because we need to consider that in several regions in Latin America, the technological development of internet networks is very precarious. That's why connection problems are still a common issue. Obviously, that becomes even worse due to fear of families when or of getting contagious and dying, thus bringing about some more uncertainty. I'm about to be done. Thank you. I have other problems due to home office shown here, but I would like to quickly underline that there are some positive factors, some resources that people are reporting, like support possibility of family family gatherings, sharing time with family, not having to go out on the street, and this feeling of being safer when home, flexibility, autonomy, self-management. There's been an important decrease in expenses. A lot of people do keep their jobs, and that they value that something positive. They also talk about this possibility of getting infinite training in many subjects online, that they have time to get a workout, meditate, they feel more productive. And an important piece of information is that now that there are many people who are vulnerable or with or handicapped who are perceiving this opportunity coming into the work market. Of course, teleworking has certain potential to be developed in a region, like the use of telemedicine or telepsychology. Now, outside what many people think, I mean, they imagine once pandemic is over, just going back to the way things were. And this survey reveals that 60% of entrepreneurs in Mexico are considering that they will still use teleworking as something stable because they're seeing increase in productivity. At the same time, they're saving certain expenses, infrastructure expenses, and so on and so forth. And this piece of information also reveals that many things, even after the pandemic, will still go on. This study is known by many. San Juan, this is a compared study of legislation. I just like to underline that based on this study, we see that there's a lot of window of opportunity in different subjects, like the right to digital disconnect, collective rights, right to intimacy, protection of information. So there are many windows of opportunities, and this sudden implementation, I mean, without legislative development, might bring about negative consequences. And well, this is just something food for thought, because usually conferences, books, articles, when there's talk of work studies in Latin America, and thinking about telemarketing, home office, you rather think of a worker affiliated to a formal company with all the benefits, rights, social rights, health benefits, but this happens in less than half of the workforce in our region. There are also telework in the informal sector, but it needs to be studied, so that's something that we need to carry out. And in closing, well, this is an invitation. It's a conference on Standard 035 Psychosocial Risk Factors in Mexico. That's the legislation that we just incorporated. That's a conference that we'll have on November 27 via Facebook in our program of the Psychosocial Factor Observatory. The invitation is there, so that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for sharing that introduction to psychosocial factors, risk factors, that is, in teleworking in Latin America. Right now, I will pass the floor to Dr. Esther Grado. However, I would like to remind our attendees that you can send your question for our panel members, because we will have a Q&A afterwards. Dr. Esther, are you ready? Yeah, I can see. Could you please turn your microphone on, Doctor? Can you see my screen, my presentation? Yes. If I may, I will quickly read out your resume. Dr. Esther Grau will present psychosocial risk derived from teleworking and prevention measures. She's a psychologist PhD with a diploma course on logopedia by the Valencia University, is a master's in general health psychology and specialization in clinical neuropsychology. She's accredited as a teacher by AMECA. She has specific formation in quality processes. And she's been a researcher in the Universidad Internacional La Rioja since 2017. That's her current job position, and the International Valencia University, and also in the University of Valencia in School of Psychology between the year 2003, 2005, and last year, 2019. I will pass the floor to Dr. Esther. Welcome. Very well, thank you. So first and foremost, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for having me here, be able to share this experience with you, which sheds a lot of light on this subject matter, and I'm delighted in hearing all subject matter experts gathered here today. And without further ado, I will try and unify, alongside the prevention measures, So try not to be repetitive. After Dr. Juarez's interesting presentation, I will try to provide a vision a little bit more from the prevention standpoint. So in principle, when we talk about the situation in telework, we should think when it came to be. Right now we are undergoing a situation like Dr. Juarez mentioned. This is not a new situation. However, this is framed by a characteristic which is this characteristic of being mandatory. All of a sudden, we have been mandated to be in lockdown. More concretely, in Spain, this happened since March 14th, and that was very abrupt, and that has brought about a series of consequences at psychological, emotional level that we've been seeing brought about by this situation, unknown to many workers. Teleworking in itself is not something new. I think there was an agreement until Telework back in 2012, where there was it was shown the need to modify this type of work for work to be more flexible, for people to have more autonomy, and to create other opportunities for the worker by using new technologies. And that way, workers be able to have a better distribution of both work life and private lives. And also in this agreement, this framework, it said that this could have benefits at organizational level and environmental level because there's less commuting. So in itself, teleworking is not a condition that should be regarded as prejudicial. On the contrary, it has many possibilities, but what's going on right now? Why are we faced with this situation? Because, like we said, it has been an adaptation process which has been forced and sudden, and it's had these consequences. And like the piece of research described, I mean, the piece of research being carried out in past months, they describe three phases already described in the general stress adaptation syndrome. This first phase, in which the worker is confused, he doesn't know what's going on. So overexposed to information. We have a second phase where there's a fear of the unknown. And there should be the necessary adjustment to be able to go to a third phase of adjustment where the body will be able to adapt to these new operational routines. But we've seen that workers might find themselves in a situation of saying, well, I'm feeling work-related stress, but I'm at home. And if we go to the definition of what work stress is emotional and physical reactions prejudicial for the worker in the sense that his resources are not enough to be able to provide response to the demands of his environment. And in this sense, telework has brought about the source of stress for workers in this particular situation and in this current context we're living. Now, if we make a comparison between these three initial phases that have been described related to the pandemic, we might find that it's very similar to what might go on during a chronic stress situation. A situation of stress where there might be an activation, a resistance by the body. So logic tells us that this might lead to a situation where the body might end up feeling sensation of calm and adjustments. If that doesn't happen, we will have chronic stress. And at that point in time is where we might find severe or serious symptoms. Feelings of uncertainty about personal future, professional future, restriction, social contact, movement, loss of routine, fear of contagion, fear of contagion somebody else. We made comparison research. We don't have the different results. We wanted to make this longitudinally between France and Spain to see how workers were adapting to this situation. Again, this is not something new. There was a high percentage of workers already living, already experiencing telework. Maybe they were doing this intermittently, but the sensation of uncertainty is repetitive uncertainty about the personal and professional future. So that happens both in France and Spain. And that adds to the sensation of fear, which might lead to physical and psychological exhaustion symptoms that might end up in something chronic. And all these are compatible with symptoms of stress and depression, like Dr. Juarez mentioned. So we have different manifestations at emotional, physical, and organizational levels. That is to say, at emotional level, the worker will feel alterations in his or her mood, and physical level, problems in the musculoskeletal system, and everything pertaining to his environment, which should be healthy. And at the end of the day, that's your house and you need to organize it. And an organizational level, of course, these are variables that we need to take into consideration, which organization themselves should foster. I mean, that work commitment, thus avoiding low work satisfaction. And going back to the previous question, yes, telework might be a source of stress in this situation. That's why we consider it as a biological, psychological, and social process. So in terms of prevention, we need to understand that when we're facing stress situation, we need to start with intervention from these three spheres: psychological, physical, and behavioral points of view, and we need to take into consideration all these variables. Again, I think it's important to take into consideration, aside from organizational stress derived from the work itself, which I won't elaborate on because we've already seen things that have to do with the organization of a task, with organization of work per se, and employment and organization of time for work. I think it's interesting showing you this intervention program, something that we've carried out with good results in terms of depression and burnout. Because it's a program that was specifically designed to work with the prevention of work-related stress. And after seeing the results, we consider it's perfectly applicable within organizations, and it might be applicable to any work situation, including telework, because what it's indicating, what this program is telling us, is that improvements, that is to say, improvement in coping with stressors, will allow us to reduce those risks. I mean, facing these risks, thus decreasing the consequences that we're seeing at the emotional level. So the program, what it tries to do is developing some sort of training with the purpose of decreasing those health-related problems. And we've also valued assessed the levels or the influence on the cortisol levels in saliva. So based on this model from the behavioral analysis unit and organizational from the Valencia University, the model were based on We take into consideration the variable that have to do with the psychosocial stressors. That might go from conflict, work, family, availability of resources, social support or lack thereof, interpersonal conflicts that might be brought about in these situations, even if we're at home, the need for feedback by the workers, harassment situation, contexts like everything that has to do with leadership, emotional work, conflicts in roles, and a burden of work. And all that we value on top of consequences at the work satisfaction level and this burnout syndrome. That's why our main objective is having this emotional, cognitive, and behavioral training program based on social support. So this is directly focused on the variables, which are the most important variables, which are at risk when faced against stress. Hold on. We analyzed their efficacy in decreasing the burnout syndrome and health problems and their influence on cortisol and saliva as an indicator of stress. The study was carried out 3 times. That's why it's a longitudinal study. And we've seen that if there's variation from between time 1, time 2, and time 2 and time 3. And we divided the workers evenly into groups, the experimental and non-experimental groups, and we saw if there were really differences in terms of health problems. And with this we found that taking into consideration the variables I mentioned in terms of cortisol level, participants in the training program, they participated during 11 sessions where they were trained on a series of techniques geared towards these matters. These are 11 treatment sessions, and the first is a presentation session. The objectives of the training program are modifying cognitive schemes, increasing coping strategies and their efficacy in emotional and cognitive self-suggestion and the consequences in burnout syndrome, and being able to offer tools to best manage emotions, developing social skills, and being able to negotiate work roles and support at work. And having prevention as the main objective, we have this training program geared towards training relaxation, number 1. Number 2, training cognitive training techniques in problem solving, management of internal dialogue, cognitive restructuring, emotional management, training in personal and professional self-organization, renegotiation of work role, and fostering social support at work. With this, we also got the different measures of cortisol in saliva, and we saw very good results, both in depression indexes and in burnout indexes. So in summary, the results that we got indicate that by following a treatment or by following this training program, both at the emotional, cognitive level and behavioral levels, this allows to see how in the experimental group with people with high health problems. Initially, we were able to see how depression levels decreased and burnout between time 1 and time 2. That is, in the 3 months of assessment, and in time 3, they kept this change stable, and that was very important to be able to assess how is it that we could intervene. And in terms of organizations, how is it that we can help workers so that they can better cope with the possible stress that they might perceive. So the first step we're based on was identifying sources of stress, which More concretely, talking about teleworking, we found technostress, overburden, or this work-family conflict as the main sources of stress brought about by telework. So if we talk about technostress as such, technology as like a psychosocial risk factor might affect at the cognitive and emotional levels, depending upon how well the individual can adjust to these new technologies. As a matter of fact, this stress, technostress has been defined as negative psychological state related precisely to the use of technologies, new technologies that is. So, in what way can we decrease that activation, a psychophysiological non-pleasant activation, or the development of negative behaviors that might be produced before everything that pertains to technology, like Professor before me said, within technostress, we should be talking about techno-fatigue, techno-anxiety, or techno-addiction. And in that sense, we should be working at all levels. If we go to what we were saying related to the program, so we would need to touch upon physiological aspects, anxiety, and everything that has to do with the cognitive and behavioral issues, understanding that anxiety has these three components. Then we have work over burden. So work over burden from qualitative and quantitative standpoints. So it is very important in the sense working within the program that I just showed. Working everything that has to do with role negotiations, organization or better organization of tasks, and organization of our own time. And that goes tied in with the work-family conflicts. So this is the role conflict brought about not knowing or not being able to differentiate or providing permeability between private life and work life. That's why it's important for workers to learn to establish these limits, that they learn better communication skills. So in these 11 sessions, or taking these 11 sessions might help prevention of stress factors present in either live work or telework. So the first thing that we need to do in the second stage is management of tasks, analysis of the activity, what we teach workers when it comes to task management is for them to really learn to analyze their day-to-day activities and providing them with tools so that they can start coping in a healthier way with their work environment. In this case, a new work environment. That obviously entails better time management. That's why it's important for us to work from the analysis of the activity and management of a task. So we need to teach the workers what activities don't come with an added value and which activities does have these added values, what activities we need to eliminate completely because they're not especially useful, or activities that we might try to foster so that they become routine. And in that way, well, we could simplify processes. So this new way to start designing your own work and organizing your own work in your day-to-day life proved to be very useful for workers in understanding where were they wasting their time in their day-to-day work, but especially in situations where you're faced in your own home against many more stimuli, and with work that's probably not well organized, or that it might bring along other stress factors, maybe directly from the organization due to lack of leadership or conflict, role conflict, or role ambiguity. You have 3 minutes, doctor. Okay, so we also taught them everything they had to do with time management. Debunking beliefs, and well, that's a bit of cognitive work, debunking beliefs. As it pertains to everything that have to do with this type of thoughts. I have to be more productive. I have to be always available. I need to be the best worker, the most polyvalent worker. And it's also important to assess the physical level, which is our daily productivity curve. It's been researched which are the times a day, the hours a day that render most productivity. And what's also been demonstrated is not by working more we necessarily work better. So I leave you with these principles for an efficient time management. And well, without further ado, I would like to thank you again for having me, being able to present you this this information. Thank you very much. Dr. Stereganel, thank you very much. And once again, to our attendees, we're receiving all your questions, and we'll be reading them at the end during the Q&A. Again, I would like to thank Dr. Stereganel for her presentation, and I will pass the floor to Dr. Sarah Perry from Baylor University. If I may, I will read your resume. Dr. Sarah Perry is a teacher, administration teacher at the Baylor University in Texas. She's an expert in subjects on how workers and leaders experience stress in work, including remote work environments. She's been consulted by New York Times and other media regarding the broad deployment of remote work throughout the world as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from her research, Dr. Perry teaches negotiation and conflict management and HR management, and she also consults organizations. It pertains to organizational cultures, leadership, and stress in employees. She has a PhD in organizational industrial psychology from Houston University, and she has a BA in computer sciences from the Missouri University. She spent many years in the high-tech industry before going back to the postgraduate school to study the phenomena that she saw in the work life, the daily work life. Dr. Perry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my screen and hear me okay? Are we good to go? I'm going to continue. Okay, so thank you for having me today, and I appreciate being able to talk about these topics and build on what the others have talked about so far. I have been doing research on the topic of remote work for about 15 years. Before COVID, I studied primarily the stress experience in remote work, and by remote work, I am talking about any work that is conducted away from the central office. So starting in about January of this year, we actually had launched a new study on stress and remote work and looking specifically at work-family dynamics. And then COVID hit in the United States. So we had actually collected data on remote work experiences of couples where at least one partner worked full-time and worked remotely part of that time, and then the spouse could either be a worker or work from home or not work at all. And so we have some data pre-COVID in the United States that we then built upon once the stay-at-home orders happened in the United States. So we collected more data from those spouses, or additional data from additional spouses and couples in March, April, May timeframe. We collected 2 surveys there. I also was involved in an international survey of work experiences and stress in remote work during that same time. And then currently we are working on papers from that initial data collection and seeking funding to follow up with these couples. We have about 700 couples who participated in the early days of COVID, and we are looking to continue to follow them through this year. So that's what we're working on now. So the research findings I'm sharing with you come from some of that, and then I'm also going to talk about some general best practices over time that we know from the science. So the first thing we looked at was this general idea of how well equipped people were to make this sudden transition. As my fellow presenters talked about, this was sudden and drastic and extremely disruptive to everyone's lives. So we looked at what types of households, what types of family structures fared the best in terms of stress and lots of other outcomes. So we basically saw two groupings of people that were a little bit less well equipped and people that were very well equipped, maybe even thriving in the early days of the COVID pandemic as they started staying home and working from home. So when I talk about how were they thriving or how were they suffering, I'm looking at these sorts of outcomes were the ones that came to the surface. So work-family conflict, family-to-work conflict, so work interfering with family, family interfering with work and family overload, perceived support, how will they use the resources they had, and just in general, how ready they felt, the readiness level that they perceived they had themselves. So we saw that families, you'll see on the left side of the screen, families who were couples without kids did very well, relatively speaking, during this time. And qualitatively, we even saw a lot of really positive comments from people who were couples who did not have kids. We also saw some favorable ratings and favorable states from people who had extended support in the home. So even if you had kids, as long as you had some extended family with you, that seemed to be a helpful resource. On the flip side, in the red box, we saw the people who had the most challenging time were single parents with kids at home, which makes a lot of sense. Now they're trying to work from home and be at home with their kids at the same time. But also couples with two spouses and kids, but with no extra support, also had quite a bit of challenging times in those early days. And then finally, this home alone idea, the people that were there by themselves, not that they had more work family conflict and those sorts of things, but they tended to experience more isolation, which makes sense when we are confined to the home, as one of the previous presenters said. So one of the papers that we wrote on this is under review right now, is a comparison between the new remote workers and the veteran or experienced remote workers. So we loosely refer to these as newbies versus vets. So our new remote workers faced a lot of uncertainty in both home and work because they were new to all of this. These were brand new remote workers that did not work remotely prior to COVID and the stay-at-home orders. So what we found is the uncertainty in both, the sense of control over both the work and the home domain was very low. And support really helps these people. But they also need flexibility to a certain extent, but not too much. We found that schedule flexibility actually can be harmful for the level of stress that these people experience. So having too much flexibility might inhibit the ability to know what boundaries are appropriate, which I will talk about when I talk about best practices. On the flip side, experienced remote workers or veteran remote workers, they felt uncertain in the home environment and they felt less sense of control over their home, but their work, their feeling about work in general and their sense of control over work was quite good, and it maintained a pretty high level. Even their level of stress didn't really rise for work. In this domain, in this group of people, it appears that support and flexibility are the most important. So we need to give them support, we need to give them a lot of flexibility, and especially in the home domain, they need to have some control over that to be able to thrive during this environment. Now, just in general, comparing levels of different things we measured, for the veterans, because we measured people, excuse me, before COVID, all of those people were experienced remote workers who had already been working remotely. So they already had their home offices set up. They already knew the routine and the structure. So in general, after COVID hit and they were forced to stay at home, which meant now the rest of their household was also home with them while they were working, that was probably the biggest change in addition to facing a pandemic. They felt lower sense of control at home. They were less satisfied with their work arrangement. They didn't feel as well equipped to use the resources that they had. This is what resourcing identity is. And they didn't really use those resources to meet goals in both domains. They felt like they had less choice or flexibility about how they worked, when they worked, etc. And their psychological well-being in general went down. They also saw higher permeability across the work-family boundary. In other words, more interruptions. What was unchanged, which might be just as interesting for these veteran remote workers, is that they didn't feel like they had more work to do. They didn't feel more work overload. But the things that affected work overload did change. So that's what the stars here mean, that things that affected these outcomes did change, although the outcomes themselves did not change. Their fit with their job did not change. The fact of their needs being satisfied in terms of autonomy and relatedness did not change. Their sense of belonging, work stress, task interdependence, none of these things change. You see in the list under unchanged. So an interesting question is then, how did relationships between different things change for them? And those are some questions we're following up on. So for the last half of my presentation, I'm going to share some overall best practices informed by my research and also general remote work and teleworking research. So the first key, which both presenters have mentioned already, is autonomy. Autonomy is one of the most important things in telework. We need to give people the freedom to do what they need to do to get their work done in their home domain. We cannot micromanage. This is a graph from one of my studies in 2018, and we found basically that people who had low autonomy experienced more exhaustion the more they worked from home or worked remotely. And on the flip side, people who had high levels of autonomy experienced less exhaustion as they worked remotely more often. So the main message here is, do not try to micromanage from afar. We cannot do the same things from afar that we do when people are in the office. Not that micromanagement is a good tactic anyway, in general, but we do want to support, because we don't want people to feel that they're left alone at home on their own, isolated, and we aren't there for them anymore. So we have to figure out how to support and lead from afar without micromanaging from afar. The second best practice is that to kind of facilitate that support, we have to figure out ways to have proactive communication. And this is going to be the biggest lesson, I think, moving forward, as teams have seen an increase in productivity, but a decrease in innovation during COVID, when such a huge majority of people have been working from home and remotely from each other. And so we have to find ways to facilitate proactive communication that doesn't feel like micromanagement, but that gives people a chance to brainstorm and have some informal interaction, even to build creativity, to build the innovative things that they might have done, or brainstorming that they might have done in the office. The third key is boundaries. So boundaries are how we're really setting up our work environment, our processes, and our structure, and doing this in a way that protects our well-being as a remote worker. So the first area is time. And as both presenters have discussed, this is a big one because people tend to continue to work as when they work from home, they don't have a clear time off. And so we have to build that in for ourselves if our company or our boss doesn't do that for us. One of the key things here that we saw in our qualitative data is that the transition from work to home is different when you are already working at home. And so what you might have done on your commute has to be substituted in some way if it's a healthy thing for you to change over into thinking about yourself in your home environment. So maybe instead of commuting on the train and listening to music or listening to a podcast, maybe you go for a walk in your neighborhood, or you do some exercise, or just listen to that podcast on the back patio, or whatever it is. something else that transitions you so you don't have to jump straight from work to home and maybe even back and forth, but you have a transition at the end of your workday. This might help reduce some of that work overload. Another type of boundary is space. And as another presenter mentioned, a lot of the new remote workers did not have a space to work in. So designating some sort of space is a key for any successful remote work arrangement. Ideally, a private space where you can close the door, but a lot of people don't have that luxury. And in that case, you need to find something that works for you that also helps you mentally shut off work when time to work is over. So this could be a spot in the kitchen that you have kind of all your stuff there while you're working, and then you put it away when you're done working. And that is a mental transition as well as a physical transition. But space is important. And this bleeds into expectations. So we have to set appropriate expectations with our family and with our anyone else in the home. Maybe even friends who expect if we're home then we are not working. So we have to set those expectations clearly so that people know what they can and can't do while we work, while we are in the work mode. And as a remote worker, you need to manage and define, manage and defend those boundaries to help you maintain your own well-being while you're managing everything in one environment, the home environment. The fourth key is needs and resources. And I have a couple of questions to consider for the audience as you're thinking about what do needs and resources have to do with remote work. The first question is, what needs are automatically met at work? If you think about your office at work, that might be met differently at home. So one of those things is interaction with others. Social isolation is one of the biggest concerns in remote work literature. Particularly if you are working at home alone by yourself and you never actually see anyone in person, you have to facilitate interactions with people. So meeting that need for interaction has to be more purposeful than just walking to the coffee maker and back to your office when you're at the office. Another thing to consider is, what do you need to ask for from your work or from your family? And so I love that the previous presenter talked about negotiating work roles and support. We really have to explicitly address, what do we need? What do we need to be successful in this environment? And to be able to communicate how you have been successful and how you have set things up in a certain way to help yourself and to help your contributions, but also now, what do you need to make it even more successful? Another way to think about this is in terms of time and flexibility. So inherently, we often have more time and flexibility when we work from home because we're saving time commuting and doing all the things we have to do to get ready for work. But we also have more say over when we take a break, when we get up from our desk. There's no one watching us. We have to manage all of that ourselves. So how do we figure out how to use that extra time and flexibility proactively to help ourselves meet goals in all of the domains, whether it's for ourselves, for our family, or for our work? So we have a paper in the works right now, and we've found that the use of breaks during remote work really matters. The way we use our breaks, and we looked at two types of breaks: self-care goals, which is a complete restoration. So we take a break and we do something that completely turns off our brain from work, and we do something that's restoring, whether it's taking a walk, meditating, or doing nothing. Non-work goals, or taking breaks to meet non-work goals, is another type that can be helpful, but it still does require cognitive effort to engage. So for example, doing an errand for a spouse or for yourself, doing a chore around the house, or doing some bills, or even maybe checking Facebook to catch up on things going on with your social network. This can all require cognitive effort, even if it does meet some goal. So it can be beneficial, but we have to be careful about balancing it. It can also give us a sense of achievement, which can build positive emotion and affect, which is good. But what we found is that using breaks for both of these purposes at a high level can significantly contribute to a productive view of the stress that we would face in remote work. Challenge and hindrance is the framework we're using here, but we specifically looking at how the stress we experience is a good thing and not a bad thing. And so the use of these breaks for these goals can be helpful. I have a couple of quick graphics. You can see in the red circles, these are people that don't use breaks for either self-care or non-work. I don't know what they use breaks for, but they don't use them for those things. So they aren't using time in a way that restores them or that helps them achieve goals. And you can see they have more hindrance stress, which is a bad thing, and they have less challenge stress, which is a bad thing also. The green circles are people that use breaks for both of these things, self-care and non-work goals, and they have favorable levels of challenge stress, which is a good thing, and they have low levels of hindrance stress, which is also a good thing. Now, an interesting anomaly is that people who use breaks more for self-care and not so much for non-work goals actually also do really well in terms of challenge appraisal. And this is a good thing. So it could be that some people, when they use breaks in that way, can also benefit. That self-care is maybe the most important break. You can see also they fare pretty well in terms of hindrance stress, so they have lower levels of hindrance. So what all this is to say is that we need to think carefully about how we use our time and our flexibility when we work remotely to protect our well-being and our stress, protect us from stress. The final figure, the final key I'll give you today is the individualized consideration for each remote worker. So I said earlier that autonomy is important and we should give people freedom but also support them from afar. And in this study that we published in 2018, we found that those who are lower in emotional stability actually don't want or need as much autonomy as others. And so we actually found they do worse whenever they have more autonomy. And that's where you see the yellow versus the red circles. We actually found that they were more exhausted, and the reason appears to be that whenever they have low autonomy, their need for autonomy has been met at a lower level, so they're already happy with that lower level of autonomy. Whereas if they have a high level of autonomy, this is inconsistent with what they need, and that yellow line, it goes down. And so the bottom line here is we have to know what each remote worker actually needs and wants, and we have to know that for ourselves as a remote workers. What do we need and what do we want? And how can we communicate that with our leaders that we get the appropriate level of support when we're working remotely? So in summary, we need to think about, especially during COVID and as we continue forward in this state of remote work, which is expected to continue for quite some time in the pandemic, but also beyond the pandemic, think about expectations. So during a pandemic, obviously there's a lot of stress and we have to revise our expectations accordingly. All of the different demands on ourselves, that is stress, and our resources are limited. So we have to be realistic. But as we think forward about this, how can we learn, what can we learn about ourselves and about remote work and how we engage in remote work during this time that we can take forward? So what do we want to keep doing that's working well, even if we go back to the office? There's some research that shows 2 days a week of telework is actually the ideal sweet spot. So if we can work 2 days a week remotely, that seems to be really good for our satisfaction of all involved. What do we want to avoid resuming? Could we avoid picking something else back up that was a waste of our time, not using our time wisely? And then check in on each other. Leaders and employees are both under a lot of stress right now. Ask who is handling this well and what can we learn from them, and who is struggling and how can we help them, that individualized consideration for each worker. And with that, I thank you for your time, and this is how you can get in touch with me.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perry. I would like to thank Dr. Perry as well as all of our speakers for offering data and strategies based on science. And in that same feeling, I would like to thank and welcome Dr. Tapas Ray, who will be presenting flexibility to work from home and well-being. Dr. Tapas Ray, we are going to, oh, can we see his screen? Great. So if you allow me to introduce, Dr. Ray is an economist from the Support and Economic Research from the National of Occupational Health from the Center for Disease Control, or the CDC. He is an assistant for the design of healthy work designs. He is an economist from the Connecticut University and has a master's degree from the Economy School at Dell. In 2004, he worked as a teacher at the Connecticut University. His current interests are work stress economy, precarious and atypical agreements for work, and the quality and well-being related with health. Dr. Ray also works as at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and he teaches economy at the Oxford University in Ohio. Dr. Ray, you have the floor, and we hear you.
Thank you for a nice introduction. So you people can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, great. So as I was listening to the presenters, the other presenters.
Doctor, I think you have two devices on. Could you please mute one?
Okay, hold on. I have actually one on, so somehow I can still.
Poner su presentación en tamaño completo, por favor. Ah, ok, perfecto.
Is it okay right now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. So as I was listening to the presenters and kind of like I would like to change my slides right now, which I can. So anyway.
Su presentación. No sé si la puedo poner.
Doctor, can you share your full screen, please, for your presentation? So put your slideshow on share screen and then full screen, please.
Okay.
¿En cuál? Ah, ok. Si puede dar escape por
Where do I do that?
esa pantalla.
Could you hit escape on your computer and use that screen, please?
So do you see my slides?
Ok, y ahora sí nos podemos ver su pantalla completa.
Yes, we can. Now, can you share your, can you put it on the full screen, the slides on full screen, please?
That's what I did. Somehow, why is it not happening?
Podemos continuar así, doctor.
That's okay. We can continue like that. Thank you, doctor.
Okay, so as I was listening to, hold on, just a second. Okay, so as I was listening to the presenters and I was thinking like, can I change my slides? But I can. So anyway, I'll go ahead and do like, we are looking at flexibility to work as an overall. So basically there's time flexibility and there's locational flexibility, not just, but I'm talking about more about work at home right now, just because that's what the scope of this talk is. So I work in the NIOSH as an economist, and we are interested in flexibility, work flexibility right now. before COVID even, because we think it's an important ingredient to the future of work, like how work will be modified in the near future because of technology, because of automation, because of the changing demographics. And I will briefly go about that. I'll talk about that. So the objective here is to look at work flexibility, especially working at home, to assess the prevalence of working at home in the US over the years 2002 and 2018. And then I have some statistical analysis to show where I looked at working at home and how it gets reflected on like well-being variables like unhealthy days, limited activity days, job satisfaction, job stress, and productive work environment. And I will define those later in the slides. So how do you define work flexibility as a whole? You either, like from the worker's perspective, work flexibility provides them with an autonomy over when, where, and how to allocate resources between work and non-work domains. That's what we have been seeing, and especially in case of telework, that the other presenters were presenting how basically like what flexibility you can have. These are the typical types of flexibility. We have flexible work hours, which started with as a flexible work flexibility. Then we have the flexible locations. And one part of flexible locations is working at home or telework, right? Now, in the times of COVID, as Sarah was mentioning just before me, like how telework gets into flexible work hours, because now you're flexible with your hours too. And then you have the availability of paid or unpaid leave. So those are the three major types of work flexibility. We'll be talking about working at home or telework, but doesn't matter because each one actually is, there's no watershed division between them as such. But before we even study flexibility or the consequences of the flexibility or consequences of working at home, like the health consequences, well-being consequences, we might want to look at, like, forget about COVID, forget about the pandemic, but before that even, what are the determinants of flexibility that's been going on in the field, like in the economy before the pandemic happened? So what are the motivation for studying work flexibility? If back in 2014, even like 67% of workers in a survey preferred work flexibility over higher wage, right? So there's enough demand for flexibility, and the demand is not met by the supply. So if you look at the graph on the right, the demand at the orange line, like want of flexibility, supply is the blue line, how much flexibility workers have, and there's a gap, there's a widening gap. And there are unknown costs and benefits of flexibility. As we were listening to the other presenters, we know that the costs, the well-being costs, and the benefits, the well-being benefits, are not yet deciphered properly, like not well defined. We are still doing research here in this area. So this actually, and we need this to understand the cost of flexibility, because at the end of the day, we would like to see people healthy, right? So whoever, even though we are not driving towards, the economy is not driving us towards a telework, but the situation is such that we will have telework in the future. For even obviously after the pandemic, it might go up, especially in cases of pandemic or natural disaster. There are benefits of telework, which we are not talking about here. Before even that, we also know, like, we would like to know the costs and benefits from the health related costs and health related benefits of telework or other kinds of flexibility. So that's why you are interested right now in NIOSH studying this. Actually, this has been going on for the last couple of years. Flexibility is an important component of future of work, and that's what I will define in the future. Like, the work is getting modified with the new technological innovations, and flexibility is one of the important components. Very importantly, not about how work is designed, but the effect of work on the economy and the worker and the economic well-being of the worker. So for example, if you look at the data in the United States, you will find out that people who have higher flexibility are higher wage workers or higher educated workers, right? And people who have lower wage, lower educated, they have lower flexibility. Obviously, in such situations, when you have a pandemic going on, people with more flexibility don't lose their job. They're still working. People with less flexibility will lose their job because they cannot carry on that job because of social distancing or other interventions or other necessary interventions. So in this situation, this gap, the income gap that has been already there, is getting bigger and bigger, right? So those things are important because we would like to understand in the future how work gets modified and what is the effect of that or impact of that on the well-being and the economic well-being, the health-related well-being of the work. So these are the motivations of the well-being, but flexibility, or even to look at like remote work. But what actually are the determinants? And that's why I'm saying, like, forget about COVID. The determinants are there in the economy for a long time. The underlying forces are working a long time. So, for example, look at the demographics. The woman participation in the workforce has increased, like almost doubled right now if you compare 1950s to 2000, like newer data 2000. Although there's a little bit of participation has been affected during the times of pandemic, but still the woman worker is on the rise. The share of women workers are on the rise. What that means, like, basically we have now working couples. 80% of couples have like both the working spouses, right? So obviously handling, as we all were listening and we all know, like balancing work and home is a challenge. Then you have the aging workforce, right? And then the new set of skills that's needed. So if you have to go to work, but at the same time you need to go back to school because you need to update yourself because the technology is changing, right? So obviously people would like to have more flexible work arrangements. Working at home is one such work arrangement. But what is actually enabling? Like this still talks about the demand side of flexibility or working at home, but what actually is driving this or enabling this? The technology, obviously, right? The technology, the newer technology, you can see like people just from like, you can do like a so background check just from your phone on a person, or you can do like hiring or everything, like many of the things are possible right now just sitting at your home, even for a laptop or like from your computer or from your phone. Similarly, you have automation. So for example, the weather reporting channel doesn't have to have an office in space. They can get bits and pieces of information, and that again is due to the automation of the technological innovations. The information now comes in bits and pieces, right? In small packages. You can assemble them and present it. So that's the beauty of the technology. And that is actually driving work towards more like more small packages. Obviously, you see, like automation can change how we even design the work. So, for example, in an airport, you are arriving at the airport at dead of night, and then you can just make your way from security check to the ticketing counter to everywhere through machines. You don't have someone to stay there, do like odd schedules or so, right? So that a person can monitor these machines sitting at home. So, and then obviously we have the globalization, the forces of globalization. It's a 24/7 job concept. So automatically we see like these determinants, the global needs, automation, technology, demographics, each reinforces another, and we are actually into flexibility long before the pandemic. And one are working at home, like as we are talking about here. And then these are actually the building blocks of future of work. And that's why we're interested in this topic. So let's look at the briefly about the data and statistics here. If you look at the current population survey, the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics current population survey, and the American Time Use survey, they were separate surveys before, but they now combined the questions and they come it as they administer it as the American Time Use survey, where they look at a question like, as part of your main job, can you work at home or not? And if you look at the percentage of the workers, it hasn't changed over the years from 2003 to 2018, right? And that's quite, that was before the pandemic. So we don't know exactly how the survey will look like in 2020. There will be definitely a rise in 2020 or 2019, but then there might be settling back to the normal in 2021, 22, or maybe like there will be a upward shift. A similar survey we have, which is the general social survey. Every 4 years, NIOSH adds a component to that, like a NIOSH quality of work life survey. It's a component on quality of work, quality of job. And there we have a question: how often do you work at home as part of the main job? Once, and they have answers like once a week, once a month. And this is basically the graph shows you the percentage of people working at home at least once a week. And again, you see like the percentages are not like monotonically increasing. It is going down, up, and it is quite normal because what it typically matches a business cycle. So if you look at the business cycle, depending on the demand for labor and supply of labor, whether people can work at home or not changes. And we hardly even recognize that fact until and unless we look at these graphs. It's very hard to actually dissociate that business cycle effect. So we haven't done that here, but I'm just showing you that idea that, okay, there is a business cycle also, which tells you whether it's going up or down, and you have to take that into account. Now let's go back to the data of that 5 years of data, like 2000 to 2018. I combined 5 years of data and I did some analysis. We found that, okay, among the independent contractors, we have the higher proportion of workers who work from home, right? They work at home. And if you compare it with regular workers, like standard employees we call, they are more or less same as work for contractors and more or less same like as on-call workers and paid by temporary agencies. So obviously independent contractors will have higher flexibility to work at home, but on the side, on the other side, you see that regular employees, and that's kind of surprising because working at home is somewhere very similar to the other contingent work. In between the three, we call them contingent workers. So it's very much at par with the contingent workers. If you look at the from the same survey, if I look at work from home at least once a week, and just look at like family demands interfere with the job, that question, and we find that it rarely. So basically, family to work conflict is not much among those who work at home. On the contrary, if you look at the work to family interference is higher, those who work at home. And then we looked at these well-being variables: unhealthy days, limited activity days, job stress, job satisfaction, and productive work environment, and fitted statistical models. So for example, unhealthy days is during the past 30 days, how many days did you suffer either poor physical or mental health? Limited activity days, during the past 30 days, how many days did poor physical or mental health keep you from doing your usual activity? So this is more like a presenteeism question or productivity question. Job stress, how often do you find your work stressful, which is a very natural, normal, nothing surprising here. Job satisfaction, we all know, like all in all, how satisfied you are with your work. And productive work environment, like conditions of job allow one to be as productive as one could be. And we fitted linear models and logistic models depending on the variable, whether it's a category or a linear variable. And we obviously control for the covariates like age, sex, marital status, education, income, all those demographics. And then we control for the work arrangement, because we have found that work arrangement has obviously has an effect on all these variables, well-being variables, and also the overall health status. And then still we found that, but then again, this is a cross-sectional data we have to understand. So we cannot say that working at home increases the number of unhealthy days. We can't say that, but we can say that this is highly associated with unhealthy days. And it is kind of not surprising, because many of the surveys show that work at home actually have problems with, like they heighten stress, they heighten the health problems. And so obviously we see like an upward movement on unhealthy days, and also a positive contributor to limited activity those days, though these are not statistically, though the second one is not statistically significant. Also, we have to understand the question asks work at home, how often you work at home. It doesn't ask whether you want to work at home or you are forced to work from home or you are trying to cope up with your extra work at home. So that distinction is very important. And I think any survey designed in the near future should have that. If you look at the other well-being variables, like it increases job stress, which is very at par with the literature in this area. It increases job satisfaction, and it increases the productivity, the feeling of productivity. So which are good. But anyway, summary results, working at home trends in the US have been cyclical with varying degrees of intensity, and obviously working at home had mixed well-being implications. That's what we found. Conclusion is that to understand the trend, we still need to control for the business cycle effect. But the point I'm trying to make is that all this has been done before the pandemic happened, right? So now with the pandemic, there are other things we need to mention. As I already mentioned, that there might be an increasing gap in the economic well-being of the workers, because some can have still access to. It's not about. I'm not talking about the stress that is coming from working at home just because your family life is not balanced or something like family work life. There is an imbalance in family work life. I am rather saying that there is a choice whether you still have a work and have an income, and whether you don't show up for work and don't show up for work and don't have an income. So there's a economic trade-off, and that's where we lack the data here. I don't know, and probably I was listening to Sarah and others, and if they have the data, because Sarah was mentioning about one of the surveys, which might be interesting, but that angle is very important to understand. So anyway, our research efforts in NIOSH are actually now focused on future of work, like how workplace work and workforce will change in the future, and what are the health consequences and well-being consequences of that. We have a cross sector which we call NIOSH occupational research, like a healthy work design. And this is our priorities there. So healthy work design includes the total worker health of NIOSH, the work organization group of NIOSH, and the economist group of NIOSH. So three groups combine to give us the healthy work design cross sector. And one of our priorities are like age-friendly best practices, including flexible scheduling. So we are looking at what are the best flexible scheduling practices that can actually help us with the aging workforce. Similarly, like shift work, obviously we know like it is bad for your health. So what are the interventions that can go and help you mitigate that negative effect? Also, like systematic multidisciplinary research on impact of technology on workers, as I was mentioning in the very beginning. So these are the major things we are working on. I just want to brief you about it, and that's it. Like, so I can have, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you. Hello.
So that we can voice out the different questions by our attendees. So let's start with this Q&A session. I cannot see Dr. Sarah Perry or Dr. Sturgrau. Thank you. I don't think that we have Dr. Sarah Perry. However, first question is for Dr. Juarez. So the question from the audience is about the risk of psychosocial work. Person who asks this question says that it is her understanding that you're talking about the work day as it pertains to the work contract. So if that person was hired for that purpose, wouldn't we be violating norm 75? Yes, well, legislation clearly sets forth a duration of the workday. However, this sudden change under this new normal entails a process of adaptation. And everybody needs to work on this, even the authorities, in terms of legislation. And this new reality was not provided for in the legislation. Now we're talking about psychosocial legislation has to be related to that because it has the principle, different variables of work management, obviously having an effect on psychosocial risks. So long working hours, a long working day is perceived as a stressor, as a threat, and it will bring about definitely negative effects. So from the get-go, one of the recommendations talking about teleworking or home office is trying for people to really respect that work day provided by the law, and case of companies to give the right to this disconnection from work. That's why I said at the end of my presentation that it's still necessary, that a lot of work needs to be done in legislation to be able to cover these details. And I hope that changes are quickly generated as this whole social change was generated. So I hope that we can do so in the same quick fashion. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your reply. Next question is open. It's up for grabs for our panel members. This has to do with the people, the possibility of doing telework. And the question is, those jobs like production works that cannot be handled through telework, what are the possible solutions for this type of works? Because teleworking is probably the future because of the pandemic. So what about these other type of works? So what future could you foresee with those jobs that cannot be done through telework? Again, the question is up for grabs. Well, I think that those works, like production works, manufacturing works, I don't think that they're going to go away anytime soon. They're not going to disappear. I think that we will need to be flexible enough to accommodate for that situation, to be able to keep all those necessary health measures mandated by WHO, for instance. I mean, it's true that telework cannot be applicable to all fields of work, to all types of work. Right now, we're facing completely different social situations, like Dr. Juarez mentioned in his presentation. I think that there's a point in time where two types of work are there, they're present. Those that you can do through telework and those you can't. And that's why we need to adopt measures for all workers not to be subjected to a lot of stress. And again, a lot of stress is just work derived, and that work is not going anywhere. And chances are they won't be able to carry out their work using telework. I don't know if Dr. Juarez would like to elaborate. Yeah, you have this concept of a new normal. That concept has been coined, and that applies to all grounds of work life. Even if there are people that, because of the logistic or the productive process, they would need to go somewhere to company, to a factory, even the relationship that they establish, that they have with other workers, with vendors, and so on and so forth, this will change because many vendors are going to be working remotely from somewhere else, from home or from an office, and that also entails other protocols, health protocols before the pandemic, which will last for probably a long time. And these changes are bringing about some stressful psychosocial circumstances, but all that's precisely what we're doing research on. And it needs to be considered whenever we want to pass new legislation.
I think there are types of jobs. So for example, if you look at the US data, and the economy is coming up fast, it's recovering, but so there, if you divide strictly like two kinds of job, one which can be done remotely and one which cannot, right? So those which could be done remotely, where first of all they had not much loss in those employment, but now when the economy is coming up, they are the forced to get hired and forced to get back. So you see a huge jump in that area. Those jobs which were not done remotely, they were the last to go and they are not returning back. But because some of those jobs, for example, the restaurant worker, some of these jobs are dependent on the economy of the other jobs. So for example, as a computer engineer, you can get back to your job, but given your income, the restaurant worker in your neighborhood depends on the income of you. So obviously it will take time, but I still think that as an economist, it's kind of like a 6 month to 1 year lag. There will be modifications in the way work will be done in the future, but it will ultimately be not that different from the norm. It will be different, but not that different from what we had in the existing situation before COVID. But it's the mismanage of getting a job now and not, depending on whether your job needs physical proximity, is something it's a problem, and it's a temporary problem, but it's a problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Perry, I don't know if you would like to add something.
I don't think I have anything really to add, except as Dr. Ray said about the future of work. I don't think the fundamental nature of jobs that require interaction are going to change much. It might be the work arrangement or the work agreement, the contractual agreements, and the who hires whom and other forms of flexibility built in, which we might see.
Okay, perfect. Let's go to the last question. It's very short. However, I think it's rather complicated to answer. And also as a means of conclusion, closing this first panel, again, the question is very short but hard to answer. The question is telework good according to your experience?
I like Sarah's point, like 2 days of telework is the perfect sweet spot for me.
I agree personally as well. I think when you think about it as a tool that can be used to maximize employee satisfaction and engagement, then absolutely it can be a really good tool to use. But as in other areas of life, it's about how you use it, and it's the balance. And for me personally, I agree. 2 days is perfect for me. I've gotten used to 5 days now that I'm doing 5 days, but I like the balance of having some office time, in-person interaction time, and being able to have more flexibility to balance my life in addition to doing my work when I'm working remotely.
Of course, thank you. Thank you very much for your participation, doctors. Anyone else would like to add something? Yeah, I mean, I concur. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Esther. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yes, I think that telework has a lot of flexibility, and we've gone over the positive points regarding autonomy. And I think the conclusion is that yes, telework is something that's positive, but again, as long as you have the tools to be able to cope with it properly, being able to cope with the different stressors that it might bring about, and pretty much knowing how to manage it, knowing how to manage those factors, which undoubtedly, I mean, I think one of the main handicaps of telework is the lack of social contact. But as it's been said previously, there are different levels of social contact and even personalities that can handle better or not the increase of decrease of social contact. So there are a lot of prevention programs to be able to keep people healthy. I mean, from a psychological standpoint. So in summary, yes, I think it's a positive thing, but not too much of it, and with the right tools. Okay, Dr. Juarez, go ahead. Oh yeah, I concur with this vision of my peers. The problem with teleworking is not that it's bad in itself, but it's rather the use or overuse of teleworking, which will define if it's good or bad. And again, it entails the use of IT, and well, they've gone hand in hand with the development of humanity, of humankind, and these were not developed not to use them. The problem is how we're going to use them. And that's where we need to be socially responsible, and companies need to be socially responsible for teleworking. And we need to develop, again, legislation on it. Without that development, which I pointed out in my last slide, if teleworking is being implemented right now in an unbalanced way, without that legislative development, without protocols, pretty much, this might bring about abuse or negative consequences, especially in our region, in Latin America. We're prone to this abuse. That's why I think that teleworking is a good thing, but like my peers before me said, not too much of it. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tapas Ray. I don't know if you would like to add another comment.
No, not really. I think Esther's presentation or after someone mentioned about the like the supervisory support. That's also something important, like how your job is designed or how your job is, whether it's micromanaged or not. All these things, like the right tools is the key. So I concur with everyone.
Claro.
Of course, thank you. Perfect. So I would like to thank our speakers. We're on top of the hour, and there's nothing left for me to do but to thank you again on behalf of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security. And I want to say goodbye momentarily, because I should remind you that at 3 p.m. Mexico City time, we'll continue with the roundtable number 4, titled Telework and Gender Before COVID-19 Pandemic. An extremely interesting subject, given the fact that there's even more women inclusion, like our speakers mentioned, more inclusion of women in teleworking. So we invite all of you to stay, and thank you very much for being part of this panel of experts. Thank you, Javier,
Thank you.
for the invitation.
Thank you.
Warm regards to Esther and to both our doctors. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Tapas.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I actually liked your presentation very much. I'll get back to you. You have your email ID, Actually, I can search you up.
You can set me up.
I can search you up. So, if you have an email ID, I can just write it down.
Okay. It is Sarah. Here, let me.
Thank you very much.
Can I type it in the chat? Can you look in the chat? Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to connect. Thank you. I enjoyed your talk, and I use NIOSH research all the time.
Yeah, I'm just interested about the data you have, which is, do they have any economic variables? Like, are they the same couple you are looking at, or they're different couples?
Which one?
Like before the COVID and after the COVID?
So we have a lot of variables, but they're mostly like leadership and health and well-being, individual, not probably economic, but I'm happy to give you more info about it.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
You too. Have a nice Thanksgiving. Nice to meet you.
Buenas tardes y buenas noches.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Daniel Martinelli, and I will be coordinating this table in substitution of Dr. Laura Vidal, who was originally going to coordinate. The name for this table is Teleworking and Gender during the COVID-19 pandemic. For the forum, uh, the advancement of teleworking challenges for structural change development and social security in the Americas, developed by the Research Center in the CISS. After the conditions imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic at work, it is worth it is worth highlighting the characteristics that affect gender equality as a or which lead as a consequence the permanence of the inequality harming women. The current pandemic can enlarge the gaps for gender equality and directly or indirectly can create new challenges to face in the years to come. For example, we underline the intersectionality need for working and the child care carried out by women who are not living with their couples or spouses and their children, generating tension among other things. So nowadays, it is more and more important to communicate said researches in fora like the present one to enforce this topic in the public agenda. The ultimate goal should be the proposal of public policies that will coadjuvate in the generation a less unequal world for the society. I welcome Dr. Patricia Rodriguez Lopez and the presence of Dr. Beatriz Piñeros, Dr. Veronica Laimo, and lastly, I want to thank Dr. Eduardo Camaño Rojo's presence. Thank you very much to all of our speakers for having accepted being in this table. First of all, we have Professor Patricia Rodriguez Lopez, who is an academic head academic in the Research Economic Center and postgraduate degrees in the Economy faculty of UNAM, and has a master's by UNAM in economic science. She has a PhD in economic research by the Complutense University in Spain. She is now the coordinator of a project, a research project on feminist economy, and is a part of the Claxo work group called Feminisms, Resistances, and Emancipation. Her field of specialty is feminist economy, work market, and monetary policies. Her last works coordinated this year are gender budgets, social reproduction, and feminine work market, and in Latin American countries facing the millennial challenges. Dr. Patricia Rodriguez Lopez's presentation is in the framework of the feminist wave, the meaning of teleworking for women during the post-COVID era. So we give the floor to Professor Patricia Rodriguez. Thank you very much. You are so nice. Well, I have a presentation, a slideshow, and I will try to be as brief as possible so that we can have a chance to answer questions and maybe if you have any doubts from the audience. I will begin now. Well, thank you very much. Can you see my slideshow? Can you see the slideshow? Yes. Can you please just put it on full screen? Yes, of course. And slideshow options and duplicate screen. That's right. Okay. Well, so let's begin. I think that what has happened with this pandemic thing has made a stop in the full economy, and it has affected differently men and women as always. Actually, what we had seen as a trend, a general trend, to use all technologies in all the cyberspace, suddenly with the imposition, and actually it has been said by other speakers before me, the imposition of knowing and using new platforms and new ways to work, it has really affected everyone we know, but especially women. Women who work and who have been reduced to or confined to spaces, areas in our households, facing the works that we already did at home by caring, but now putting all of our spaces together, both at work and as a caregiver, and that has caused many problems, both inside the homes and among families. So I think that's maybe the most relevant thing we have visualized during this new imposed very fast way to work and to be a caregiver. It has created new ways to create or to live social relationships, family relationships, and relationships in general. Well, the utilization of all technologies, as we know, is not neutral. And we know that the effects are going to vary depending on their origin and their social status, their race, access to education, academy, and things like that in general. We can now speak of how using technology affects each one of these women. So, as we know, there have been several definitions of teleworking, but mainly the idea is that It happens in a place different to an office, usually at home or somewhere else, but usually outside the company. And what you can see clearly is that there are big gaps, digital gaps, between classes, as we said, as in socioeconomic status of people who can use these technologies and those who cannot. This is one side of the presentation, but the other one is feminism. The feminist movement, and we are not going to be talking too much about the antecedents, but after the third wave of the feminism movement, feministic movement, where we have radical feminist movements, where the idea is basically to plan different feminisms and accepting and embracing the fact that there are different multicultural factors and also ecofeminisms, let's say, like black feminism, institutional feminism, and different movements that we needed to accept and study and develop even. But there was one, especially given the conditions that there were at that time during the third feminist wave, which is the cyberfeminism movement. Cyberfeminism basically recognizes that there are two big crises at that time. One was the problem with the level of well-being there was. There was a big crisis because of the lack of well-being for all of the population. And then on the other side, this global capitalism crisis where there were international entities leading the way. And what this crisis gives feminism is the understanding that feminism needs to go into the use of technologies, the use of the internet, and that from there they can create movements and support at a massive level because they were not able to penetrate through the communication media. So feminism becomes very active in all social media and in general on the internet. This causes many young women to start participating. And the fourth feminist wave, if you will, is starting. We know feminism in 2012 during the Italian women movement. After 2011, we have the fourth feminist wave. So we have the establishment that they had to fight against poverty, the wage gap, salaries, the exponential growth of people's trafficking, the business gaps, and also selling and buying and renting wombs. And the movement of cyberfeminism included since 1991, that was the third wave. It included three basic points: creation, informative alternative information, and social activism. They had the objective of using technology in a subversive way to cultural stereotypes in order to build a different entity for the whole movement. The reactions to radical feminism had two basic responses. One, which has been developed with a pacific response where the masculine collective accepts the autonomy and freedom of women as long as it is conditioned to the very same masculine system. And the other one is a very violent response that has also been created and that happens in different ways, but we know that there are different obstacles for women to move forward in their autonomy and their freedom. There is a lot of sex violence, basically feminicides and masculine violence exerted in prostitution. Until there, we can state the framework of the fourth feminist wave, which at this point we know that is being very strong in every social movement, in every political demand all around the world, and also very importantly in Latin America. Since 2013, the UN in Mexico on March 16th, 2013, carried out a meeting about broadband. There was the Commission for Broadband in Digital Generation, and to avoid the gender gap. It was necessary for broadband to exist and for women to have access to it through training, public policies, etc. But that we saw that all women had to have access to this instrument, which is, as we know, very important for any technology that we use. And so basically, the work, even though it already existed since the 70s, as several speakers have stated, in Latin America, it was not that developed. And it had not achieved any deep success. It was totally imposed right now, and I think in months we have advanced what we didn't progress in years. So what teleworking implies basically is a new way to organize the personal and work activities, as well as trying to maintain a lifestyle where we can consider personal, professional, and personal and professional aspirations, and not just staying at home doing non-paid, not paid jobs and providing care. So that has caused many changes in companies to really have and maintain these productive units, creating wealth, but also creating jobs with very good conditions. Now, in Latin America, the country with the biggest amount of teleworking was Brazil. According to statistics, there were 12 million workers. In Mexico, 2.6 million. Argentina, 2 millions. And Chile, 500,000. That's what I found of statistics. The nearest I could get to say how much teleworking there was, which is different to using platforms. So this teleworking has two key aspects. One is the use of technology, having training to obtain the technology, and then the other one is work regulations. What does it imply to have and work with technology from home and outside the company, and all of the work regulations? Because basically, and in Latin America, work regulations came from the beginning of the 20th century, and there is maybe nowhere in the world, but in Latin America specifically, and in Mexico more specifically, it's not considered as something essential for the business hiring options. So after the pandemic, let's say that we are going to get out of this. Some people are going to go back to their job offices, integrating with their new normal and doing on-site job. But companies need to make changes and readjustment to begin a new way to produce. And also, say in this world crisis, teleworking will have to adapt to a work market where there is a lot of unemployment and where women are the ones who have the biggest amount of unemployment. Women have less training for using technology, and also they're immersed and used to working in the informal market. So we are going to face as women countless problems and other important gaps. So basically, what has happened is that teleworking is currently not recognized as a normal or regular job. Teleworking, the type that many women want and accept to try to integrate their caregiving activities as well as their paid jobs, is the one that allows them to comply with their gender activities. Besides the fact that salaries, especially in Mexico, they're very low and women make less for the same activities. It is impossible to pay a certain quality of daycare for their children, so they make less money, they work less hours, but it allows for them to take care of their children and their homes, and with that they save the money for the daycare and other services that should be offered by the government as public policies to support women, of course. And then just very briefly, I have several charts. If we look at the usage of computers, say in certain activities, we see that in Mexico, the real work for using computers has not been too important. So it's basically for entertainment, internet access, training, but not really work itself. Up until 2019, which is the last information we have, it's not important. So if we look at these charts, the work would be one of the first activities in order to use this technology. Then in the amount of homes and the technologies they have, well, the phone, basically, and then the internet. Work, if you will, or the computers that could be used for teleworking is actually less than paid television or even less at some homes. The cell phone or telephones in general are more important. Now, all around the globe and what's going on, and that's what I said in terms of platforms, which is not the same as teleworking, of course, but that shows at a world level, even in the using of all platforms existing back then, that women use them a lot less. And of course, they're basically younger women from 26 to 35 years old. And in 2006, it was from 26 to 35, and women are less using it less. So there's this digital gap all across the globe, and we saw that as a region, it would be larger in Latin America. There's a study by Luis Monroy Gomez Franco where he dealt, and actually it's April 2020, where he tried to see what possibilities there were for the activities being carried out to instrument teleworking quickly in the activities where we can stay at home. And he found certain methodologies that 20 to 23% of the regular activities carried out in Mexico City, only 20 to 23% was actually feasible for not going to work. And the rest are really jobs that he detected are very much underpaid. So we should see how the change happens, but he says that teleworking is going to imply very low wages and not very well paid and also recognized activities, and that they needed a certain level of education and training to use that technology. Now, in companies, we should see how the economy and the structure is left of companies for companies in Mexico, small and medium companies, which is 95% of the companies in Mexico, and the big corporations that are the ones who can instrument the changes faster, just in order to organize teleworking, to hire people who can really keep and maintain certain levels of productivity through teleworking, and what role women will play there, and if they will still accept that kind of work in order to stay at home and comply with their other ideas of gender activities.
as well as accepting other conditions or different conditions. Like keep doing telework for big companies as long as they have opportunities to aspire to higher job positions, higher ranking job positions. So the fourth wave of feminism has placed a lot of emphasis, and we know it's happening right now, has to do with the full visualization of gender violence. There are many statistics, there's even official statistics, and we now know that many different types of violence were were detected, in particular based on the latest information given by INEGI, Mexican National Geographic and Statistic Institute. We can see that close to 70% women have been violent, experienced violence in urban areas, especially those with high schooling level. 43% have suffered violence by their significant other, and 53% have suffered violence by other people other than a significant other. This chart was presented yesterday, I believe, by INEGI, National Geography and Statistics Institution, and this has to do with violence in family environment, women 18 and older. And well, this talks about violence at home after the pandemic. And it talks about different concepts, but in general, we can see that aggression has increased both verbally and both verbal and physical, and that it has increased importantly around the time of the pandemic. It's been clearly showed that women usually work double, triple work days, and there's statistics that show that even with a paid job, they have a wider participation in terms of hours, both in care works, house chores, as well as taking care of the members of the family, or taking care after other people from other families. And all the participation of women in this type of task is undeniable. And this can be depending on the type of work and the way they organize their time. And what do we believe that will happen to telework? Telework could be a good thing as long as it's regulated, properly regulated, as long as it's standardized, as long as there's training, as long as it's accepted by those participating of it. Under those circumstances, we cannot call teleworking being bad. However, at this point in time, it was imposed in such a quick fashion that we believe that it could bring bad consequences for women, and we think that gender gaps will be deepened by the use of these technologies. how many households have just one or a couple of computers? Ms. Patricia, you have 1 minute. Okay, so again, I think that gaps will increase. We'll see how informal work will be deepened. Women lose empowerment. Violence against women in households will increase, especially in the hands of their spouses, significant others. And because of that, we need to request for public policy, a public policy that regulates and that makes visible all these problems women will be facing. That's it for my participation. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to highlight the importance of intersectional studies, where you have different juxtapositions of several dimensions. On the one hand, you have social class, ethnicity, and of course, gender. Thank you very much, Ms. Patricia, for your presentation. Now, I will pass the floor to Dr. Beatriz Piñeda. She's an economist and subject matter expert in gender and women human rights. She's also a specialist of Inter-American Commission for Women, from Organization of American States, in charge of the transversalization, gender transversalization, and institutional strengthening to integrate gender perspective and human rights of women, as well as empowerment issues, both to the inside of the Organization of American States as well as support to member states. She has a PhD from Massachusetts University and Master's in Applied Economy from the Johns Hopkins University. She has certification on international business by Georgetown University, as well as many diploma courses and training courses in different subjects, with special emphasis in gender issues and women and girls' human rights. She's a specialist of the Inter-American Commission from the Organization of American States since 2017, and she's worked in this capacity since 2003. She has been a speaker in different summits, and she's here to talk about the global emergency in current challenges for telework. And now I'll pass the floor to her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to be a part of this very important forum. And for me, it's an honor to be representing the CIM in this important forum. Can you see my screen, though? All set, Doctor. What is the CIM? It was established in 1928 and is the Inter-American Commission for Women, and the first intergovernment organization created to assure the recognition of human rights for women. And it's the only political forum, hemispheric, that is devoted to human rights of women. For the past 8 months, we have been working to make visible how women have been affected by COVID. The pandemic has placed health under spotlight. However, it has other huge implications that we need to tackle: economy, poverty, recession, and human relationships, among others. And all these dimensions have their own problems when it comes to women's life. So what are we doing specifically? So far, we have produced 4 documents we called Generation of Knowledge about the gender dimensions of the pandemic and informing regarding policies of response and recovery. The first document we presented in May, and we presented different arguments on differentiated aspects of lives of women, like care, economic participation, violence, health, and vulnerable groups. The second document that we published was focused on violence against women under COVID and the new violence patterns they're living. The third document, it was rather brief, and it focused on women in agriculture. And the fourth document I will talk about today is global emergency in terms of care, and how care and the lack of care services during confinement or lockdown has affected women's life and their participation in the work markets more specifically. However, before going into this subject matter, emergency of care and the challenges for telework, I think it's important to highlight some transversal aspects of COVID. First, we need to highlight the fact that there is no neutral policy when it comes to genders. All of them make the differentiation between men and women, and this differentiation have had the opportunity to make more profound inequalities prior to COVID and bringing about new inequalities. And so we are in danger to go back in what we've achieved in rights for women. And number two is the decision and management policies and how to get out of the crisis. For this is important to assure gender perspective. Number two, having affirmative actions that allow to level the situation between men and women. Number three, having priority focus in the most vulnerable groups. And number four, having the equalitarian participation of women in decision making and pandemic management and recovery after the pandemic. Without these four areas covered, we won't be looking for the needs of all the population, thus perpetuating the deep inequalities. Now going to subject matter or an importance of work for economic empowerment of women, we need to talk about valuing women's work. Every single piece of work carried out by women should have the same as work done by men. And here we're not only talking about the wage gap, but recognizing non-paid work as work because it has value and it should be acknowledged as such. And number two, acknowledging that economic empowerment has impact on other levels of autonomy. For instance, a woman with work or income and autonomy in her economic life is a woman that has the possibility of being separated from an abusive relationship, something that might endanger her physical integrity. So being economically autonomous empowers women. So what was the situation of women in the economy prior to the pandemic? The participation of women between 25 and 54 years of age in the work market was of 64.5%. Now, for the same age group, the participation of men was of over 94%. So here we're talking about 30 percentage points of difference. Women living alone without a significant other, without a couple, or no one dependent on them, the rate of participation in the work market was greater, 84.4% versus 92.6% for men. Aside from having lower participation in the work market, it's important to highlight that there was a lot of work segregation. Women were focused on less productivity sectors and more precarious, like retail, housework, lodging, food and tourism, education and health. So the situation put women in disadvantage in terms of their autonomy and their participation in the formal economy, thus keeping them in dependent situation, making it easier for someone to make abuse of their rights. Now, in the informal sector, we found that women are concentrated aside from low productivity sectors in the informal sectors, and this has implication not only in terms of wages but also in social security, in the mechanisms of not taxation brackets. And the numbers are really grim. Poor women have inferior levels of access to social security and higher degree of unemployment because of the precarious situation of their employment. Aside from what I've already talked about, there was a very high concentration of women devoted to care. As we can see here, throughout Latin America, the percentage of non-paid work within the household is carried out mostly by women. The lowest percentage is in Chile, 69% of time devoted to non-paid work within the household done by women. This means that women have less time to partake of work market, education preparation for an even more competitive work market, and, well, pretty much to devote their time to their hobbies. Prior to pandemic, the time of women, large majority was devoted to housework. And I will stop here to point out that this precariousness in lives of women is explained due to gender roles in which care is mostly assigned to women. So what happens with the pandemic? We're under larger risk of poverty and the decreased participation of women in the work market. And paid work. The crisis that we're living increases work precariousness of work, because the sectors in which women work are the most affected, like retail, tourism, and informal domestic work. This might bring about going back in the very little advances made for women's rights. Sanitary measures to contain the propagation of virus led to an effect in the demand and offer of goods and services. So we've seen different economic activities being paralyzed in realization of economic and social activities. Likewise, companies and organizations have seen the need to send everybody home and expanding telework offers to everybody without making gender analysis on telemarketing due to the realities of the lockdown. A report published at the end of September by the ILO studied the 9 largest countries in the region that account for 80% of the workforce in Latin America, and it indicates that at least 34 million jobs have been lost in Latin America due to the pandemic. This report also indicates that the projections of the World Monetary Fund estimate a contraction of 9.4% in regional GDP for this year, 2020. This report also indicates that the largest unemployment or loss of employment has been suffered by women because of 3 very concrete reasons. Number 1 is larger presence in the most affected economic sectors by the pandemic, which is or has to do with labor segregation. Number 2, the high rate of informal employment amongst women. And number 3, difficulty faced by women to conciliate paid work with non-paid work at home in a context where education and care services have been profoundly altered because of the pandemic. So this last reason is where we find challenges for telework and women in the midst of the crisis. The pandemic has made evident certain realities about the way women work. Number 1, there is gender bias. Women has worse conditions and less opportunities because of the time that they devote to care. Sanitary measures have not only increased the time they devote to care and home, but they have changed the nature of this work. Non-paid work carried out by women has a huge impact in their lives. And that happens individually, even if it's collective responsibility. And if there is no co-responsibility framework, social or conciliation. So all these statements present challenges for women to be able to carry out paid work from home. That's why we've said that care is a structural and transversal issue, and it should be tackled under this perspective. From SIM, we launched in August a document on the global emergency regarding care, through which we made visible its ubiquity. Everybody has needed care, and we will need to be cared for at some point in our lives. In this document, we've made visible all housework and non-paid care work and how it befalls on women, and we introduced a new care patterns derived from confinement. With confinement, everything happens at home. Well, we used to buy in the market, we cannot get. Plus, at home, you need to render basic health services and care work, aside from doing the telework. So all this befell a large majority on women, which is an extra burden to their already extraneous work day. Women went from devoting between 22 to 42 hours a week to non-paid work to devoting through under the lockdown close to 70 hours. That's 8 hours a day devoted to household and care work. And non-paid work included virtual education, where mothers and fathers also became teachers, and they have to quickly catch on with use of technology, and they need to teach subjects which go beyond, or they're very complex for them to be able to teach, and they also need to help elderly citizens with their basic needs because of everything brought about by the lockdown. And telework is one of the new patterns. And now, aside from having to meet all the housework within the household, women should also provide care, which is not paid during their work hours. And this global emergency, as it pertains to care, doesn't favor participation of women in paid work markets. Sometimes telework has incidence in the old inequalities of gender in the three aspects: family, work, and social policy. Now, this might represent an advancement in conciliation. Work and the juxtaposition of activities and work days and care has represented a bigger difficulty for women during the lockdown in the pandemic. Part of gender inequality we find within women is reflected in the lack of time of women during the workday to be able to do paid work, the absence of workspaces for women, less access to IT material, and less training to use the tools that will allow them to work from a distance. As an example, a survey in France indicated that women usually don't have workspace for themselves. 39% of men in telework said that they had a room of the house that they use for work, and that was the case only for 25% of women. Also, women said that they had to share a computer with more people in the household, for instance, their children, that they used to follow their virtual classes, and that led women to carry out their work when their children or other members of the family were already asleep. And being able to meet all the responsibilities within the household and the work responsibilities suppose that there is a fine balance of what women need to do. So telemarketing is not a tool in itself to organize work. Telework can make work hours longer and place more burden on women. The fact that this tool serves the or meets the ends of social co-responsibility depends on how it's organized in terms of products and hours, and number two, how that will be applied to men. For telework not to become an extra burden for women and for it to really serve as a tool that promotes conciliation with co-responsibility, it needs to take into consideration these two aspects. First of which is the division of hours and the work based on products. So we need to have flexible work hours to accommodate the medical needs, health needs of elderly citizens, and people who are handicapped and that were left without a care network. It's also important to reorient the objectives in work to a product basis in as much as possible. In several countries, they have advanced certain actions for conciliation between productive and reproductive work, including leaves of absences for care. In Argentina, for example, they just passed legislation that allows people credit having under their care people under 13 or people handicapped, for these people to be able to have hours compatible with care chores and the possibility of interrupting the workday in case it's necessary. Another best practice suffered by INAM, the National Institute for Women in Costa Rica, just approved of a directive that applies to women with family responsibilities looking to adapt the workday, and that also makes the necessary adaptation to this modality of work based on product using a very concrete monitoring tool. Second aspect has to do with the importance of participation of men, and for the conciliation means like flexibilization of working hours and product-based work applied to them. So all actions implemented both in governments and companies should be accompanied by a sensitization campaign regarding the social co-responsibility of care. And I would also talk about something that has to do with the gap between men and women, which has increased under the pandemic and the lockdown, and that directly affects telework. So aside from situation regarding care and telework, I've already talked about that there are other gaps and challenges that we need to tackle to be able to broaden women's participation in the labor market, not only in terms of telework, but because the pandemic will change the nature of several works, accelerating automation. Like I said, that the gap has been increased. We have, of course, more men with access to internet than women. Same goes for cell phones. This puts women in tremendous disadvantage in a world where everything happens virtually, including work, not only in the modality of telework, but those works that have been automated to be able to meet the health requirements in Latin America. Only 68% of households has internet, and those that have mobile devices, they only have one per family, making family members to rotate the use of the device. And this impacts women, and this needs to be tackled to be able to advance the empowerment of women and their participation in the work market. I would like to end my talk saying that we're before an opportunity. All the challenges are also opportunities, and this is an opportunity to acknowledge that we cannot go back to the previous reality or taking a step back. We should acknowledge that all differentiated impacts that COVID has had in women, we need to assure that we're still making advances to equality between men and women. We should recognize that a women that a world with co-responsibility is a more egalitarian world, and that having equality conditions between men and women is part of growth in countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. I would like to highlight great work made by the Inter-American Commission on Women from the Organization of American States publishing these type of studies, which will serve a reference for other academic piece of research in the rest of the world. Thank you very much, Dr. Beatriz Piñeros. Now we have Dr. Veronica Laino. She's a specialist, senior specialist from the Work Market Division of the Inter-American Bank of Development in Chile. Veronica started her work in PID back in 2008 as a specialist in social developments in the Health and Social Protection Division. She also spearheads the research on labor costs and future work. In Chile, she leads the dialogue on work issues and gender-related issues and their intersections as the initiative of gender equality in Chile. She also spearheads and collaborates in the design and implementation of projects of the bank, placing emphasis in the projects like work reconversion, digital skills, and work intermediation. She's been a co-author of publications like Empleos para Crecer, and more recently, publication and how to warranty the rights of works in the digital area. Before going into BID, she was a consultant for the World Bank and for the Ministry of Economy in Argentina. He has a PhD in economy by the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign in 2007, and a master's degree and a BA in economy by the La Plata National University. Dr. Veronica Laimo will talk about telework and gender. Original outlook. And now I will pass the floor to her. Edgar, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. It's great being able to share a day with you, with my fellow panel members, subject matter experts, and I hope I'll be able to share and convey my ideas from what I've been working in the bank. I don't know if you can see my screen. Yes, doctor. I made a slight change to the title. Now it reads Teleworking Gender Challenges for Public Policy. I want to start at the end in case I run out of time. So there are two core messages I wanted to deliver. First is that telework by itself is not enough to shorten the gender gaps in the work market. It is necessary to revise labor regulations, hold to potentiate opportunities, thus minimizing the risk to replicate the gender bias through telework. And I believe that two peers before me already touched upon that subject and how sometimes people think that telework is an opportunity for women to do everything they've done so far plus work. So the answer is no, of course. And in this sense, it's also very important to understand how telework interacts with other work regulations. And on the other another important point is how telework could potentiate other flexibility measures that are multi-sectorial and that will touch other type of policies like the development of skill, everything pertaining to connectivity that you've mentioned, and also PYME's digital transformation that provide employment to many women, and these public-private alliances. I think it's very important for to be able to achieve organizational cultural changes, both at companies and households. And just to reinforce previous message, passing a law is not enough. It is a first step, having a framework for us to be able to define and understand how we're supposed to organize ourselves to work better. But the reality is that we need a lot of work on a daily basis, try to change behaviors and way we relate to each other, and that gender equality is not a matter only pertaining to women, but also to men and societies.
And it has to do in both places, at home and at the company, so that we can get a positive impact in the lives of women. So, those are the two key messages I wanted to leave you with. But just to go back a little bit, let's rewind a little bit. There you have it. Just to give you a little bit of context, up until before March, we were talking about the future of working and its relationship with gender. And in the region, as other panelists have said, there are a series of challenges in the work market. There's a work market segmentation and a concentration of women in different jobs, and they're the worst paid and the ones with less participation in the science and technological areas, with less digital skills and the possibility to work at that field. And the amount of time that women dedicated before the pandemic to household chores was one of the biggest challenges for the work insertion of women, and the increasing the use of technologies in that field, which is a topic that was brought up with the pandemic. Although there was a big platform development and trying to generate mechanisms for, let's say, for example, gender violence, so that women could talk about things even though they were confined. There's about 30% of the women who do not have internet access yet, or even a smartphone. They still have an analog cell phone, and so they don't have access to a bunch of opportunities in every aspect of life. And then a recent study by Dear, where some colleagues of mine worked there's a biggest risk for losing their jobs. Even if it's a fraction, it's 21% for women versus 19% for men. It is a higher number though, and they do have less tools to face these risks of losing their jobs. As opportunities, something that we saw in studies that we carried out about the future of working is the educational and health sectors. So the topic of the future of work has different dimensions. So we have not just technology, but also the investment of population. We need to live and work more years, but also we need to care more for more elder people and senior citizens. So since we are a relatively young region, we still have to keep expanding on the needs for coverage in education. So what we are looking at there is that the sectors of education and health are going to require a lot more spaces, by more workspaces or job offers, which are mostly feminine. So 3 out of 4 applicants are women, both in education and health. So job offers will duplicate in these sectors. So there is an opportunity in this context of the future of work that we had before the pandemic. Also, this was already mentioned, but during COVID-19 and gender in our region, we had a big drop in feminine employment. As I said, the segmentation of the work environment, although the construction sector, which is mostly for men, they suffered with the shutdown of some vacancy. They had the economy, tourism, and domestic or household employment. We saw that the quality of the employment in women, it was the most affected sector. Also in female work is related with the role segregation at home and the shutdown of schools. So before their job loss is they had to take care of their chores and take care of their children. And also, it's associated with the increase in the number of cases of domestic violence or family violence. They cannot escape, but also confinement creates an additional condition. So unfortunately, we're looking at a step backwards in the last few months. We went back about 10 years or maybe even more in the indicators. And that's a little bit of the panorama that we're looking at right now, the scenario we're looking at right now. Now, focusing on the topic about gender and teleworking, the possibilities are different for men and women, as we stated. And in the most important aspects, we have the aspect and use of technologies, which is something that is leaves women at a disadvantage. There maybe a positive aspect is the type of tasks or chores done at work. Administrative works or certain areas are more have more possibilities to become teleworking. And when I was preparing this presentation, I was looking for international references, and I found an English study which was teleworking and gender, and it was from 1995, where they did characterize the fact that there were gendered biases in terms of occupation and the possibility to teleworking, and also the technologies back then were different. In the administrative sector, which had a lot of concentration, concentration, that had a big potential for working women. Also, today, technologies allow us to find opportunities to work outside the administrative work areas. In Chile, for example, the mining sector is a pioneer for there. And so people who had to work inside of a mine with every risk that is entailed at working there, they can work at a distance with a machine, and they can control that remotely from an office so that they can even be in a different city. So when we think about teleworking, we need to think about the fact that technology is letting us make some non teleworking possibilities to be open now for women as well. So just want to go back a little bit into that topic. Teleworking is a topic within a topic, which has to do with work regulation in our country. Some of the regulations are from the past century, and they were based on the Industrial Revolution, where they needed to protect the worker, of course, facing an employer who is very powerful, and also that it meant to limit the schedules and changing their shifts. Those were benefits that workers had, but maybe now they are not so much of a benefit now. So there are some disadvantages being created, not just for men, but for women and also younger people, for older people who want to remain in the working life, but they don't want to commute towards their work, and they have a very tight workday. For example, even in terms of inclusion for handicapped people. So it was an older vision for people from here. So a lot of people are advancing in a more fragmented way. So it's a little bit more complicated to solve these type of laws. And the pandemic, as Patricia was saying, it expands the laws that were a bit stuck in different countries so that they can move forward, and like in Argentina, Chile, Panama, and Uruguay. And also, we don't see many advances in the work flexible arrangements. What do I mean by that? Well, being able to change, their schedules, articulating times, and seeing them as they need. There are many modalities, and even donating hours. Like you can work hours, and if someone works their hours, all of us cover them up. So that happens in many countries in Europe, and that's regulated. So teleworking itself does not create the same amount of opportunities, which combined with other policies and the different arrangements are a pending task in our region, in terms of how we ensure this flexibility not to be a primarization of their work or a decrease in the rights of workers, but more like a way to adapt to the new era we're living in. Also, in our child care policies, we still have important coverage and quality challenges, which is an important topic because although it can be seen as a work regulation, it is also a topic that has to do with early childhood development and education. It's a very complex topic. And we are going to work on the worker side and the quality for parents, and also the ability to leave their children, especially small children, under the care of another person, and actually the coverage to really have the availability and offer to support children and to promote the employment for women and parents, both men and women alike. So this is also a pending issue for the region. Now, what things have we seen in other countries? I just said, like, there are some countries that are working on flexible work shifts, and a series of measures that they use to promote the balance in the work life and promoting female work participation and the senior citizen participation in the work market. But the evidence found is not that clear in terms of the balance between life and work life. And what we see is the usage of that flexibility varies per gender, and women are going to use that flexibility to take care of their children or their family and their work and their household chores. So I wouldn't say that it is a balance, but men use that flexibility and that ability to adapt their schedule for different modalities for their personal and professional growth. They can prepare for promotion. So the regulation itself is not going to create a higher or better opportunities for female employment. And for that, I said, well, I stated what we could do for from a public policy in order to achieve a visible, real change that is not just on paper. And there we need to stress the integral and transversal modes of those solutions. And by transversal, I said, well, the work, it needs to be in a wider span for men and women at work and in the household. Maybe a while ago they said, yeah, that at work is going to allow them allow women to work on that. It's a topic that I'm obsessed with. Women are going to be able to do whatever they do and work, and so they need to balance both men and women, you know, those activities and the non-paid work. And also in public and private alliances are very important. Sometimes it happens that with parental licensing, more countries have parental licensing. For example, upon birth, men can take more leaves, but the organizational culture does not allow for that. It's not well seen. And we see that in evidence when we check these statistics for the leaves in men. Sometimes they don't take the leaves that they have the right to. And it's a cultural aspect, like, whoa, what are they going to think about me? And it's something that needs to happen at an organizational level. And we also talk about leadership. They should set the example, take their parental leaves, and actually achieve a cultural change at an organizational level. And then transversally, I wanted to mention my colleagues, or I should have done that early, not just at a work level, but there are many aspects such as investing in digital and social emotional skills for employability, and also the time and connectivity and the housing characteristics. Maybe families share a cell phone or a physical space where they live. So you can finish your lessons in the only cell phone, and maybe even with the younger brothers and things like that, or siblings. So it's not just connectivity, but also the environment that creates equal opportunities for all. And just to enforce that, the care system has to be one of quality so that it represents a benefit and an opportunity so that more parents and more fathers and mothers to be able to work. I think that closes my presentation. I wanted to reinforce what I said. This picture of this teleworking dad taking care of the baby, and flexibility and teleworking should be for all, and that's what can really create or make a difference towards a better gender equality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Veronica, for your speech and for your presentation. I want to stress the work from the Inter-American Development Bank. They're an academic reference for the world and for the American continent. Thank you very much, Doctor. And then lastly, we have Dr. Eduardo Caramaño Rojo, who has a BD in legal sciences from the Pontificia University in Valparaiso, Chile. He has a postgraduate degree from the Cologne University in Germany. He also has another postgraduate degree in the Pontificia Academy in Valparaiso, and he is a union consultant. Dr. Eduardo Caramaño Rojo will talk to us about teleworking and conciliation of work responsibilities and family responsibilities in Chile. Shades and lights. So we give you the floor, Doctor. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to participate in this forum and to share some missions and visions that might be different from the perspective that we had before. I was seeing how work legislation is affected by the pandemic or the way of hiring, such as teleworking, and how they have evidence that more than solution, they impose problems in terms of the idea that we have about work protection or job protection, and to actually get that protection to reach both men and women. Now, a point for I would like to start my presentation with has to do with the following. A long time ago in Latin American and European countries, there's this atypical job employment mode with the first work regulations and the different workday schedules and things have been very interesting in terms of the development of work and by the new needs and realities for workers, particularly the atypical ways of work hiring. They have been seen in a way to become a reinsertion for women at work and their reinsertion into the economic activities. So beyond that, the work forms that are focused on the schedules, they were thought as atypical ways to serve as an attractive mechanism for women to get involved in that topic, because as I said, they have been imposed with the responsibility for those tasks at home. So part-time work and work from a distance have been an option that was seen with attention and interest because of the advantages it imposes. There are several advantages that we have in evidence, as we saw in different activities. But we have this normativity that they should be taking care of things having to do with their work days and the limit between the work time and the way that you can take the control mechanisms, which can go beyond the traditional control ways in the ways that we work on site, and that work relationships or rights to work are power relationships because you are a subordinate, for example, sometimes. So there's no service lender that has, to coordinate everything. So it's power inequality and also subordination from the worker. It has to do with the challenges applied and also the work risks, the accidents and professional. This is that the skip the traditional way. So in that context, there's no doubt that there was pressure towards working legislations and what they mean to the pandemic and the need for facing the economic changes and the legislation of how it was done, and how in this year they started dictating new legislation towards teleworking legislation. So we had basic standards with an adequate resolution, but the pandemic was put into discussion, and without further analysis, it started being effective and has been used by many companies to maintain and continue lending services at this very specific time. And at least in the case of Chile, the legislation is not comprehensive, and so it physically and categorically in charge of the working schedule, not so much into the employer, and not to deliver means of work so that the teleworker can perform their job in a more adequate way, from their computer or their cell phone or smartphone. And there's a need for the employers to provide what is necessary, and particularly a topic related with the work day. And there's no counterweight to establish any workday schedule without restrictions in terms of the amount of hours, which does not help for the topics that are pertaining this forum in a broader sense, to have even 12-hour workdays. So that is from the legislation from the last century. So it's a bad advisor when it comes to regulations that are seeking to have a right regulation tips. So what do we have? And actually, what we had in the previous speech, there have been steps. We have taken steps back in the American context, and actually in Chile as well, in topics linked with the work conciliation and family life. And actually, that's a core issue that we're trying to see how the pandemic and the work environment are changing the quality conditions of life for people. And there is tension with the traditional legislations. As I said earlier, there in Latin America, every country has an approach that is very conservative and very adequate from the last century, and that the roles of men and women are totally different. So, in general, the dimension of traditional legislation, let's say, is in terms of workers and has to do with the normativity linked with maternity as well. So, they have these restrictions, and also I would say in its general concept, it's very delimited by the precepts by law, but has the main problem of the look that is behind it. Because I think of whatever pertaining protection of pregnancies and the biological identity. So it needs to have a special protection, let's say, but it has to do with the look associated with rights and everything having to do with caregiving. So they are inherently female rights. So there is a contradiction with with other approaches, especially when we look at gender equality. So how is the normativity ensuring a precept that it says like the inherent rights and associated with the fundamental rights of people and workers, especially with whatever has to do with the equal treatment for workers at their or in their activities, and other normativities of the national system, such as the Convention on the Elimination of Any Kind of Discrimination Against Women and the non-discrimination um, normativity from the ILO and the family and the conventions for the workers with family responsibilities, that they should increase or include this element of the respect for personal rights, and they needed to change that paradigm. And actually, that change has to do with overcoming the vision of this man who provides, so they're having a negative incidence in the work conditions for workers, female workers, those who have had the chance or the fortune to not lose their jobs, their working conditions for like teleworking and whatever it implies with the economic crisis. And in turn, it has loaded or reloaded the time dedicated to caring, and it's not entirely associated to the time of care assumed by women, by men in their family life. That could be even worse in monomarital families where there is a solo person doing both roles. So it is very important in this restating process with whatever is normal in the future to keep going on this line of restating the model. But usually those legislations still have that as a foundation. And if you start reviewing the normativity in terms of paternity, they have the main evaluation and revision criterion with the right of equal treatment between men and women. And so, how do we create that right? It's exclusive to women. And it had to do with cost and responsibility for companies, and it could be easy to avoid and to prefer the hiring of other uh, uh, socio-economic factors that are actually considered by these kind of normativity. So there, as the previous speaker said, there is a difference between how men value whatever is pertaining, assuming a role, like the peer pressure and things that are not giving the proper value to create a change in this. So I think an important idea is to have a manifest need and create awareness that those should be reviewed, and the responsibilities need to be considered by everyone involved in order to have the value and the right to equal treatment. And that's going to only have a positive condition for the identification of, or the correction of those wage gaps, for example. And in order to have a protection to maternity, in order to pertain to maternity and paternity, and it should be centered in a different paradigm. We need to understand that men and women need to be both caregivers and providers as well. So every person has to choose one and assume their responsibility. So with a positive influence that we have had on that convention on the eradication of violence against women, they have set the responsibility for caring both mother and father. And to have that approach, they need to have the right to work and set a manifest on the legislation to recognize that mom and dad are co-responsible, and the worker needs to have rights to assume each one of them their responsibility.
And that happens through strengthening parental rights in the case of men, and not only the rights of a mother, but they usually come through the derived ways, like entering through the backdoor sense of co-responsibility. I think that only mothers could have leaves of absence due to maternity. And that, of course, represents a symbolic change, but it necessarily contributes to generating more sensible changes in case we don't build legislation in terms of co-responsibility when it comes to care. That's why I think it's an important challenge, and I concur to Dr. Piñera. There's a conflict beyond the crisis. We find an important opportunity to make advancements towards change. And from work legislation, what I'm interested in is that change could bring about equality in work between men and women while taking into consideration family responsibility. And this needs to go hand in hand with changes in legislation, like acknowledgement of rights, care, and assistance for fathers, for this not to be only for mothers, going back to this co-shared responsibility, and establishing right for conciliation and family life as a new work right, and the responsibility for the employer in generating work condition that has to do with the use of time and the ways of work that make possible this objective to be met or achievable within the reality of the company, aside from having different public policies that award or promote companies to undertake an active role in this changing paradigm. But also that's important, sometimes we neglect, is the responsibility of different social actors making advancements in these changes. We tend to think of the law as a solution. So we've had examples of that in Chile. Sometimes a piece of legislation had brought about more harm than good, and well, because they're still working on their extreme neoliberalism coming from dictatorship. And again, we need to make this work transformation when it comes to regulation and everything pertaining to work conciliation. In the previous presentation, there was talk about the importance of valuing work relationships like flexible work agreement, and these are things that are necessary in a context like the one we're living in. The way to achieve this is by having equitable negotiating conditions. Because of the subordination conditions, the employer will come victorious in this type of relationship. So last century, work negotiation is collective bargaining, and that's the best way in finding dynamic agreements which are flexible in nature, something that allow us to make a change in paradigm and advance in something related to co-responsibility and equality in treatment. So we shouldn't lose sight of that. And also the number of women in unions and in union leadership roles have increased. And this might serve as some sort of advancement engine to make advancement in the work relationships. And just in closing, I think I value the opportunities you should provide all of us with the strength. One of you spaces that we have to join worldwide and Latin America to carry out joint actions based on the conviction to face not only everything pertaining to health, but also work challenges, and to put a core of the debates moving to the future. What we have still pending in this incorporation, acknowledgement, and the care and the equality treatment between men and women. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eduardo Camaño, for your very eloquent presentation. Out of what you said, I would like to highlight something that struck me as interesting, and this is the challenges pandemic brings, this being the dynamic of the family versus traditional relationships, in a more specific case, time of care within the family. And this is very, very different. There's a lot of difference between male and female workers trying to maintain this very rigid schedule throughout the day versus having a family inside their households / office space. So I think it's necessary to promote or to do something about this new legal paradigm. So let's go to your Q&A. Here I have several questions. The first question is up for grabs for all our panel members. And this reads, what do you think when in telework, or when telework is used by more than two people in the household, mothers, fathers, and children? I think that this question talks more about how can we have this type of family arrangement, this type of hypothetical in terms of the day-to-day life, and within legality, would it be allowable for more than one people to use teleworking per household, or would it be a little more free? This interaction would be a little bit more free for more people within one household to be able to do telework. Somebody would like to reply? Well, I think that in that sense, the pandemic has set an example. Something I forgot to mention is that in some countries where there was regulation or established regulation regarding work, certain rules and regulations became flexible in the pandemic, among which is partial teleworking or having differentiated schedules. And this is very important to avoid congestion in public transportation and so on and so forth. So I imagine that telework accompanied by other package of measures could allow for more than one person uh, could rotate. Like I'm going to office Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and you go Tuesday, Thursday, and also we need to take into consideration pandemic with schools and pandemic without schools, and we shouldn't only take into consideration connectivity, but also having the space in the household. Of course, everybody would like to have their own private space to be able to do teleworking. Having a work area in a presentation like this, which I'm doing from one of a room in my house. So that's what I think. I don't know what the rest of my colleagues think. Well, I would like to add to what my colleague said about the importance of recognizing the differentiated needs. I mean, family composition has a lot to do, whether they have babies or toddlers. The needs of those babies and toddlers is way more in terms of attention and care. That's why doing telework during normal hours, during normal business hours, would be uh, be larger. Now, if the kids are teenagers, the needs are very different. But I think that what we should highlight is that conciliation and differentiation should go for both men and women, for it not to be full or not to have this pitfall where women are given permits or licenses and there is no co-responsibility framework within the household where men participate under equal conditions in terms of house chores or household work. So it's not only the composition of the household, the family, and the needs of the family members, but the conciliation and flexibilization policies to be applied to all adults within the household. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that that's the thing. We should come up with the new way of conciliation. Conciliation between the members of a family, because nowadays conciliation would seem as a women exclusive problem. I think that we should bring on board all family members to make this work. Thank you. I think that this is a very interesting question because we've all lived this from one day to the other. Our life, not only work life, but family life changed because those of us fortunate enough to keep our jobs have had to change the way in which we work in terms of spaces, the way we work, our means, and those parents of children have had to enter these virtual learning schemes, which presupposes reformulation of family times and also presupposes an additional burden for the parents because kids are no longer in school and they require more attention from parents. So that this has brought a lot of stress to our lives. And well, going back to stress, these disturbances in the quality of life couple relationship, sleep deprivation. So it's a huge challenge as a whole. And I don't see a solution for it unless we're capable of organizing, managing our time, or having adjustments in terms of setting limits to the work hours. So I think that the proposal isn't as much as possible work based on results instead of having like the permanent online presence of the worker, because there's a lot of stress in attending virtual sessions like this one, and meeting after meeting after meeting, or being able not to be as timely as one would want. But again, yes, this is a new stress that's making us rethink our lives, something that the pandemic brought along with it. Thank you very much. We have a question for Dr. Eduardo, but all the panel members are free to reply. The question is, in general, which are the regulation backlogs which affect women the most? I don't think that, teleworking has this gender bias. The thing is that telework arrived as something without regulations, because we're working in a distance, carried out through technological means without real control between employer and employee. Without more traditional regulation, I think that the coming of telework affected men and women equally in the beginning, with the particularity that this type of atypical type of work sometimes tend to have more incidence on female workers, because they generate a possibility of adjusting with family responsibilities, usually not undertaken by men, because they'll traditionally haven't undertaken them. And maybe the legislation understands that it's not up to them to carry out any care work. But in general, regulations tend to be neutral or gender neutral. And really, depending upon the situation of each country, there might be some gray areas on how these key elements are generated to make this regulation to be adequate. Like I mentioned, key elements have to do with limiting work days, having better control organizations, surveillance, rights regarding disconnection, teleworking, and that's important for conciliation and quality of life. And also opening up spaces for the some sort of particular situations, something that cannot be included in the law. So I think that these typical forms do not exclude the workers from the possibility of regulating their work lives under this new scheme of teleworking. Would anyone else would like to reply? No? Okay. Next question. And all this is meant for all our panel members. And it reads, in general, is it possible having the application of public policies in the poorest countries in Latin America, or are are legal changes only necessary to achieve more equality? I think the public policies are fundamental. They're core, and they go hand in hand with public budget and how these public policies are supported. But the first thing is acknowledgement, acknowledging the need to solve certain problems. And these problems might go from supporting legislation, like Dr. Eduardo mentioned, to really supporting by using programs in terms of care, because in Mexico we just lost a program on daycare centers. We lost free daycare for children, and there was a major drawback. So these type of programs are really helpful for women to allow more independence and more autonomy when it comes to work. So I think that public policies, yes, they're very important, as long as they come accompanied with a budget, and as long as they're efficient and that they render clear results. Thank you. Anybody else would like to answer? Yeah, I concur. That goes back to what I was saying. Regulations themselves are enough. Public policy are key to take that step from paper to reality in many ways. When it comes to closing the gap in digital skills, that's public policy. Should have resources for training. Most of the countries don't have that. And the resources should be oriented to where they're needed, the amount needed, with pertinence needed. And well, I think that we are making advancements in that sense. I know that this happened in Chile, in Mexico. How can we orient for resources and budget to be focused towards where employments are and opportunities are? And that goes beyond teleworking. In case of work, yes. I mean, Sense in Chile, as soon as the pandemic started, made really available courses in teleworking, on the meaning of teleworking, different tools for telework. And that's public policy. And without it, well, loss would be insufficient. Thank you very much. Yeah, I also concur with my colleagues that talked about this. There's a lot of importance in acknowledging the difference between countries and to tackle these needs in a differentiated manner, and that can only be done through public policy. For the poorest countries, that was part of the question, and also connectivity and how we're going to close digital gaps. That's mandatory in we want to advance to other aspects of work and telework. And before COVID, acknowledging that the nature of work has changed and will keep on changing. A lot of works will be automated, and that also has to do with the application of public policies that tackle these situations. Thank you. Dr. Eduardo, would you like to add something? I'm sorry, I experienced some problems in the connection. I couldn't really listen to the question, so I'm gonna pass on this one. And just in closing the table, I would like to hear each of your conclusions for our audience to ponder from wherever they're listening. You will have 1-2 minutes tops to bring this table to a close. We'll start in the order of our presentation. So we'll start with Ms. Patricia Rodriguez. The floor is yours. Well, I would like to say that it's really uncertain what's going to happen after the pandemic. In terms of work and the real possibilities women will have access to telework in a more equitable way, in a more fair way, for them to improve their life in personal terms, and also achieving this balance between paid work with care work. I think that we still have a long way to go to see what the companies are going to do about this. And then we'll be able to say whether telework will benefit and will achieve more advancement in terms of empowerment, well-being, and autonomy for women. That's my comment. Thank you very much, Dr. Beatriz. Yeah, just to insist and highlight the importance of co-responsibility and care as a fundamental factor for telework not to become a practice that broadens the gap, thus perpetuating gender inequalities. For it to work, it needs to be organized in terms of work hours and products, and it should apply to men and women under equality of conditions. And we need to invest in universal care, quality universal care, and seeing this as an investment, not to have full participation, work participation of women under any condition, but also as an investment for the future of coming generations. So yeah, just insisting on that subject. That's it for now. Thank you very much. Dr. Veronica. Thank you very much, Hector. And yes, I concur with what my colleagues said. Something else I think is worthwhile highlighting in this context is the diversity of a panel. Having Eduardo here, having Edgar is important, that cultural change. Because this has happened to Patricia and Beatriz. I mean, being gender forums where panel members are exclusively women and not having male presence, and that's not enough. So I think it's very important achieving that gender balance in all possible dimensions. That's the only way in which we'll be able to make advancements. Not so long ago, there was this author about a gender book, and she was, campaigning to promote her book throughout Latin America. And for the event, each woman who came for the event needed to go taking the hand with a man. And there's some colleagues of mine when they see the panel and they're all men, they don't accept to participate at panel. I know that this is a different subject, but I think it's also important to highlight that when it comes to gender, we should be talking about men and women alike. I think that comment was very, very important, Dr. Veronica. And well, let's go to conclusions by Dr. Eduardo. Yes, thank you very much. And just in closing, I would like to bring a note of optimism. I think that the crisis is the same for everybody, for our countries, for companies, for our families. But I think that humankind has a lot of resiliency and being able to bounce back in different aspects of life, work, family, individual. I think that we have the strength to be able to look and find a solution. I think that another factor that we need to take into consideration has to do with solidarity and the need to potentiate solidarity. The development of countries were more individualistic, and well, they were pretty much on the other extreme development past century that had a collective focus. I think that we need to find a balance because we need to develop and safekeep what's individual while at the same time developing solidarity and collectively, because we're not alone, and the pandemic made patent the need to act together and forget about geographic borders. And I hope that we have the strength to find well, different responses from solidarity and unity. And just to elaborate on the subject of the forum, I think that the worst thing that we can do is to put a break on the advancement that we've made in many countries. We've seen that turn around housework as an exclusive female activity. That's very gender biased, without responsibility by men. So we need to undertake the commitment to make advancements in conciliation and co-responsibility. And well, in work rights, I think that's one of the main challenges for its development in this century, being able to achieve equality between men and women. And I think that work rights are very paternalistic, and it tends to exclude women. So I think that we should expunge that sin and to make possible equitable and equalitarian working conditions. And I think that that should be our true north for the development of our region going to the future. Thank you very much, Doctor. I would like to mention the importance of intersectionality studies, things like class, gender, ethnicity. And this will make us see in a better way this type of social phenomenon. And they will contribute to the construction of more solid public policies. I would like to thank our panel members for their participation in this roundtable. I would also like to thank the participation of our audience, the CISS technical team, for putting together this event. And quoting Alberto Machado, today is always still. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Ah, ok, una foto.
Un screenshot. Ahí está. Ese lo mando a Edgar. Gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. We took a group picture. Thank you. I'll send that to Esteban.